Testing, testing. One, two, three, testing. Alright, there we go. Hello, 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 everyone. And welcome to another stream of Fate Grand Order. Hi, Katya. Hi, Coco. Welcome to the stream. Glad y'all could swing on in. Today, we're going to be continuing Avalon. God, this thing has gone on for a while. Fucking embargo. Well, enough complaining about that. Last time on Fate Grand Order. Beautiful model. Aw, thanks, Coco. Is this your first time seeing it? I didn't think it was. But I am very happy with it. My model mom works so good on it. Making me absolutely gorgeous. I'm still sucking on a cough drop because I had a lot of mucus in my throat yesterday. Hoping this helps clear it up. Then again, I had one yesterday too. That always happens around that time. My favorite YouTuber, Nico B, he was really going through it. He couldn't do any female voices, as that he usually did. Bro was just suffering. But anyways, as much as I'm also somewhat suffering, I don't think it's to the same degree. But it might be because I don't go out often. Or something, I don't know. Anyways. Last time on Fate Grand Order, everything was going well. Until everything went to shit. We sieged Camelot and battled against Morgan, and then 3 Morgan clones in a supposed to lose fight that we actually almost won, so that was cool. Anyways, after that though, whenever we are on the edge and about to be destroyed, Aura fucking did a wind tidy, which is like a big announcement over the wind that everyone could hear, and fucking lied to all the Fae, blaming Morgan for all the calamities. Even though Morgan wasn't to blame for the calamities. She did sprinkle in a little bit of truth, saying that she was a fairy of paradise and ass, but she also blamed Morgan for the death of Other, saying that she killed him, even though that was also a lie. So yeah, after that, Kraknarab was going to be crowned the new king of Fairy Britain. However, at the coronation, she was poisoned, and so was many of her subjects, and that was of the ones that didn't just turn against her, weakening her. And then she died too, skewered on a spear. And then we were blamed for her death, saying that we killed her. Because, you know, everything in this entire fucking place is going to shit. And I'm sure it's Aura's fault again. Fuck. Aura! She's pretty, and that's the best I can say for her. Otherwise, she's a horrible, horrible person. Anyways, now, we're going to flee for our lives. And rumor says that we should probably head and complete the Child of Prophecy's true purpose. And to do so, we must return to paradise, the Earth's core. This time! Alright, let's switch on over. Alright, outfit. hair. That's not the right one. That was a W. That was glasses. There's a hair. There's my fangs. And the pose. There we go. What is queen? Queen who needs to be loved? Yeah, unfortunately, that just wasn't happening. So, let's get started. Oh yeah, everything is currently going to shit. Still. There's a bunch of Moors appearing all around Avalon. And, and Bargith is starting to go a bit primal, I guess. See, we made it. I don't know how, but we made it.
Yeah, the fairies in the north and south are pretty busy fighting each other. No time for us. I figured it'd be easy to get out once we gave the cathedral guards a slip, but it wasn't that simple.
Yikes, they just closed the gates. Got out by the skin of our teeth. Wait, Habitat's still at the pub. Ain't much we can do for it now that the gates have been closed. Not unless you plan on approaching from the sky like Lancelot. Don't worry, Habitat's tougher than she looks. She's used to this kind of stuff. Probably giving Mike orders and defending the pub even as we speak. Can meet with her again once we can meet with her again once everything calms down. Not like you all are all that close to Habitat anyways, are you? So don't worry about her too much. You take care of yourself. I guess you're right.
I'm concerned about Habitat too, but we've got more pressing matters to take care of. Now that there's been suspicions cast on Artoria for the assassination of Crockton and I mean, it's only a matter of time until there's an all-out war between the northern and southern fairies. And since we teamed up with the north, all 6 clans are going to be out for us and the Round Table. The Round Table army. Percival, you should head back to Lindonium now and...
Fat Morgan is not evil, just proves she needs love. Just... Okay, got a summer version. It's literally a completely different from the Morgan the Lost Belt. The Morgan the Lost Belt was... yeah, very different. She basically inherited the memories of her proper human history self, while also suffering at the hands of that Lost Belt. Belt just kept kicking her around. So yeah, of course they'd be different people. And even this Morgan wasn't completely heartless. She made some terrible decisions, granted. But she was never completely heartless.
Percival, you should head back to Lindonium now and... Percival? You okay? You look really pale.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'm just tired. I like to think the uproar was confined to Salisbury. But you're right, Lord Moramasa. This time is of the essence. We need to act now before...
Don't be ridiculous. You're all eating bread right now. You're not doing anything else until you get medical attention. There. We'll just have to follow you back in Gloucester or some other nearby village. We can worry about what to do next after we take care of it.
Guess Artoria pulled herself together a little.
Not just yet. We got some cleanup we need to do first. Looks like some Moors overheard the commotion. At least they'll be a lot easier to handle than the riots in Salisbury. Come on, let's take care of them and... Oh, that's a lot. Hang on, why are there so many of them? Mash, Da Vinci, grab Percival, get him to that forest over there, hurry! Grimoire, Tiramisu, Artoria, get ready to hold them off. We'll keep them busy for about 2 minutes, and then make a break for the forest ourselves.
Alright, let's do this. Go ahead, pile as many of them as you want on. This makes it easier for me. The more enemies you have, the more consistently I can loop. Almost done with this cough drop. Now I'm just a sliver. Ah, I'm just 2% off. Damn. But speaking of that summer, I'm really looking forward to Summer Bargain. God, I want her so much. Look, I don't know about you, game, but I can wipe out all 99 of these at this rate. I'm being serious. I probably could. Don't tell me Moors are overrunning all of Britain now. I'm sorry. I should have been the one to fight.
Never mind that, just shut up and eat this. Some of my best drawn fruit. I'll help you recover some of your strength.
I thank you, Artoria. You really are the child of prophecy. You're one of the strongest, most honest people I've ever met. It was right to wait for you, to believe that you'd come. Well, there's a ton of Moors all over the highway, too. What the hell's going on here? How can we get anywhere like this? Hey, there you two are. How are things looking at the other cities? That bad, huh? I guess it's finally begun. Grimoire, We're not going to Glasper or Londonium. There are Moors popping up all over the island, and every city is shut its gates. What's worse, all the fairies who are overcome with fear and all this mess are turned to Moors on their own. Nowhere in Britain's safe anymore. It's the beginning of the Great Calamity.
Wait, shit.
Yeah. Shit.
The Great Calamity? Already?
Right, so don't forget, Morgan's been waiting on it all this time. Don't think she knew what form it would take, though. A great calamity kind of like pus that builds up in Britain over the course of millennia. Massive death throes become magical energy that spill throughout the Isle, and the calamity that catches that magical energy grows huge as a result. That's how the great calamities happen. They're gonna keep happening as long as his Britain's around.
It almost sounds like bloodletting. A way of, well, letting out the bad blood that's built out in the land's veins. So what kind of calamity absorbed that blood this time, Grumar? Can you tell?
Yeah, I can. One more that I already know. I couldn't tell while Morgan was still alive, but now she's gone, I got a good handle on what this calamity is. Thing has been smoldering away in the pit for centuries, about to come out and say hello. That thing's basically why I was sent here in the first place, although I get the feeling that there's more to it than that. Does this have something to do with the red and black calamities the prophecy mentions? From what Gray and Frickery have been smelling, signs of more than one calamity on the way. Those two calamities aren't my area, so I don't know what they are.
Wait a minute, did you say signs? Does that mean the calamities still haven't begun in earnest? If that's true, then things at the bottom of the pit. The one Ass said would destroy all Britain if it woke up is still asleep, and that means...
We can hit it now, while we still got a chance, exactly. You're a quick one, Missy. But to do that, we're gonna need the Fairy of Paradise's help. The old God of Wisdom's telling me we gotta need her to put the thing at the bottom of the pit, the one that waits the pilgrimage in, to sleep. Unfortunately, it didn't offer a lot of specifics. I still don't know what exactly that thing is, for example. Artoria, I think it's time you told us about your pilgrimage's final destination. About the Fairy of Paradise's true purpose. I guess he was probably...
Oh, it's...
Huh? Phone call? We have communicators? They work?
Talk about the worst possible timing. Can't they tell we're busy here? Never mind that call, Artoria. Go on. What are they going to say? Huh?
There was a call. Caldea just called us.
That's right. Don't you see, Da Vinci? Good new transmission. Our electronic devices used to be inoperable here. Now they're working again. Well, damn. Don't I look a fool now? Hello, hello. This is codename Watson. Do you read me, Caldea?
Loud and clear, Miss Watson. This is 221B Baker Street. The last carrier pigeon message was received. You're just 4 days old at this point. I'm afraid we're not entirely clear on your current situation, but permit me to summarize ours. About 1 hour ago, the border's various systems began coming back online. Indeed, the systems we would previously shut down if we'd been so much as approached the Isle, including. At the moment, our electricity is provided by the steam generator while we perform maintenance on our parts of the ship. We can also tell from our radar that dense magical energy contamination has settled all over Britain. It's too strong for this to be more than conjecture, but I believe we can say Britain has begun its collapse. It was the Isle of Britain itself that rejected proper human history and therefore the storm border. With Britain losing its power, we too can now intervene in matters more directly.
You mean the border's back up and running?
Naturally, Miss Tiramisu. Which is why I would like all of you to return post-haste. The professor still has yet to recover fully, I'm afraid. So we'll need your help to put together a navigational program that let us maneuver through Britain's dense magical energy, Da Vinci. Once you have all returned to the storm border, she'll be ready to begin operations in approximately 6 hours.
Come on, Da Vinci. What are we waiting for?
Right, with Stormborder on our side, we can definitely handle the pit. No, we can face any calamity that comes at us. And heal Percival in no time, too.
Thank you. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I have to refuse. Please, just leave me here. Time is of the essence, right? I could live myself if I slowed you all down.
Don't be ridiculous. We can carry you no problem. You won't slow us down at all. Right, Da Vinci?
Only if we don't run into any more packs of Moors, and unfortunately the odds of that are pretty low. Percival, it's only a matter of time till the Moors show up here too. If we leave you here alone, we'll basically be leaving you to your death. But you knew that, didn't you? Even though you said you consider Artoria, Mash, and Tiramisu friends. Yes. I know this is selfish of me, but... Gotcha. Well, if you're that committed, I guess there's nothing more to say.
Da Vinci?
Mash, get him! So instead of saying anything, we're just gonna bring you with us whether you like it or not. You're being kidnapped. Do not resist. Get in the gotcha. Isn't that right, Retta Brit? Yeah, I know you're hiding over there. Hey, you're still alive. Let's go.
So you already knew, huh? So much for waiting for the perfect time to surprise you.
Retta, what are you doing here?
Good question. I do have my reasons, but I can't tell you what they are. All I can do is ask that you please trust me, and not pursue this line of questioning further. At any rate, I overheard the whole thing from behind that tree. It sounds to me like you need a carriage, and one that verges on it safely fast at that. One pulled by the fastest fairy horse in Fairy Britain, one who can keep galloping non-stop until we reach your destination.
I'm really messing up his voice.
I'm like 70. Pathetic. Can't believe I'm really so exhausted. My body's burning up. All feels like it's about to burst. Ah! What's going on? More defeat and more of them there are. So my exhaustion keeps growing. Can't seem to think straight. There's no end to 'em. They just gotta keep coming. And I must keep them away from the Round Table Army survivors outside the castle. Have at you, Moors!
Bitchin'. Damn, girl.
I will not falter! Crush and smash! Die, die, die!
Man, Vargas, if only you had this kind of capabilities all the time. God damn, girl. What are these buffs doing exactly? Increase max HP whenever attacked, increase attack and MP gain when enemies defeated. Okay.
Alright, crush them all! Not even a contest. What's going on? Everything looks red. There's more poison getting my eyes. I can't barely see. Might as well be night time. There. That's the last of him. Wasn't easy, but at least around here army should be safe. I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough. I'm sorry I told you to escape this way. What other way was there? You'd stayed inside, none of you survived there either. Maybe I should have just eaten them all. Weak can be food for the strong. Who's strong can protect the weak. That's right. Even if Britain's reaching its end, still someone I want to protect. I have to go. I'm sorry I can't rest in peace here with all of you. I have to get to Manchester. I'm its lord. I have to protect the people there.
Damn it, there are Moors everywhere. There must be some predatory type we saw in Norwich. Hurry! I don't care if you grind the wheels of dust. Just make sure we reach Norwich by nightfall. Lord Spriggan, what about the soldiers left outside Salisbury? Don't say it, believe me. I hate to lose soldiers like that after everything I invested in training them. Oh, we're helpless against so many Moors. Armed or not, humans can only do so much. We need the Fang clan to handle a threat this large. Not that they've been any help, since there have been no signs of them since they left for Gloucester. Then what's the point of running back to Northwich? Shouldn't we cooperate with the Northern Fairies again, too? Why do you think I'm exercising my last resort? Any chance of alliance with the North died with Croc-no-Rub. Damn it. Of course I was going to have her assassinated eventually, but there's a time and place for these things. Why did she kill Croc-no-Rub now? Oh, instead of waiting after the damn Great Calamity! Morgan's history proves beyond a doubt the fairies need a king to keep them in line. But in the world was... What in the world was she thinking? No. Don't tell me. She wasn't thinking at all. She didn't give a single thought to the future. Didn't have designs on rising to power, nor the desire to run this country her own way. She didn't think about any of that. She killed Croc-no-Rub solely because she didn't like her. I can't believe it. How in the world that monster survived for 2,000 years such an empty head? Don't trust the Northern Fairies! Croc-Nora with the calamity! Salisbury's Lady Orr's city! We'll protect it ourselves! Have any fairies infected with mold poison? Let us know before it gets worse. We'll treat you right away. It's dangerous outside. Don't let the humans out the city. They're our property. Anyone who tries to open the gates, a traitor. You see someone trying it, say something. Conduct yourselves in a manner befitting the clans. Lady Orra will save us. Long live Lady Orra. Long live Lady Orra! Long live Lady Orra! Long live Lady Orra! I'm here to help kill the villagers. You know what? At this point, it couldn't hurt. Everyone's gone crazy. The moors are everywhere. The city's on fire. Croc-Nora is dead. Bargith is going primal. So, you know, couldn't hurt. Sounds nice to know me.
Oh, good. So glad to see the night pass without incident. Oh, I'm especially glad things have calmed down outside. Here, Carol, come join me a cup of morning tea. Lady Orra, Freddy can't agree with the night passing without incident. There are so many fairy corpses on the street that we're having trouble disposing of them, especially since we can't take them outside with the gates closed. And they're the northern fairies. Oh yes, very sad how things turn out for them. Not only is Croc-Nora dead, but now everyone knows Edinburgh's secret. What happened to the northern fairies who were here in Salisbury? They collapsed immediately after Croc-Nora's death. We took the ones who were still breathing to the rearing houses and are keeping them under close watch. The rearing houses? Since when have they had rearing houses? Have we had rearing houses? You ordered it built 16 years ago to raise human children. It's been abandoned for 6 years now, so I took the liberty of repurposing it. Oh yes, that darling little house. Always did like it. Turned out so wonderfully adorable. But you know, now what was his name again? Well, ever since I cast out that gray-haired human boy, I haven't quite been able to bring myself to visit again. I thought you'd forgotten all about him, Lady Orra. May I ask why you cast him out? What do you mean? He grew up after using the spear only once, remember? He couldn't become the child of prophecy once he looked grown up, right? He was human after all.
Doppel, what's the difference between a mimic, a doppelganger, and a changeling? So, a mimic is usually a flesh-eating creature that copies objects for the most part, usually objects that people want. A doppelganger is specifically a copy of someone else, like a particular person, or in my case, multiple people. Well, and a changeling, I believe, would be more akin to a fae, and they have a lot more variety in what their options are that they change into. Of course, these factors can change depending on the lore of each individual writing, but that's usually the basic difference. I think changelings also, in some stories, try to replace the people they copy, while doppelgangers are more an ill omen. So a doppelganger changeling hybrid is theoretically possible? Theoretically, yes. Sorry, still got mucus in my throat. Try to have a cough drop to deal with that.
Right, of course. Was I wrong to reopen the rearing house? Oh no, Carol. It's a wonderful idea. That building's fully equipped for pest control. The perfect for the injured northern fairies. A wave of my finger will send them all to their eternal rest. But never mind them. Has the child of prophecy's gang been captured yet? Okay, now
In the mimic that's smart enough to be armor and weapons, and bam, you made Kroll in D&D. I don't know who that is. Also, as a part of my setup, I haven't had it rigged yet, but I have a pet mimic. The god of symbiotes from Venom. Ah, I see, I see. I can't believe they stooped so low as to kill Kroknara just because they lost the competition. We'll have to make sure the Child of Prophecy is brought to justice for this abominable crime. The foreign mage is culpable, but I'm sure the Child of Prophecy must have tricked her into helping her. I'll have to ask her sentence to be lighter. She won't be able to tell me all. She won't be able to tell me all about the outside world if she's dead. Doesn't that sound lovely, Carol? Coral, I wonder what the outside of Britain is like. Humans made everything in that world. So many different kinds of humans at that. I'm sure it must be simply overflowing with wonders to make your eyes pop out of your head. Right now, it's a barren wasteland of nothingness because a space god decided to say, fuck you. And we're working on it, and you're not really helping with us working on fixing that. Lady Aura, I'm afraid now is not the time for that. The number of Moors outside the city has continued to grow, and the fairies from nearby villages have been pounding at our gates asking to be let in. There's even some fairies here in Salisbury who have been showing signs of Moor's disease. We need to increase our shelter capacity immediately. Once we open the gates and let the refugees in, we'll need to open the cathedral doors as well. We can't possibly tend to them all ourselves. So we'll also have to request aid from the humans in Glasgow or London. Why bother? Just leave the gates closed. Oh, and do have the human guards dispose the fairies with more disease, won't you? The whole reason we've been raising humans in the first place. Lady Aura, what are you saying? I know humans are lower life forms, but they still feel. It seems far too cruel to have them put down their own friends and neighbors. What about the refugees outside? How are we? Oh, don't worry about them. They're very strong, or they wouldn't have chosen to live in those dingy forests instead of my lovely city. I'm sure they'll find a way to get through this. We'll just focus on keeping Salisbury safe. Time will take care of everything, Coral. All we have to do is stay calm and wait. So you're not going to do anything. You just want us to remain here in the bell tower where it's safe. Now, Coral, don't be typical. I'd hate to have to strip you of those pretty, pretty wings. Like I did to whatever this name is. Hollow Boremia. You remember him, right? He was always arguing with me with his silly logic. You're not like him, right? You're a smart girl who understands my feelings. And that's exactly why I know you'll continue working for me for the rest of your days. And that's all we know. We only have wind tidings to go on, so we don't have any more details. But it looks like the coronation of Salisbury is interrupted. Child of Prophecy killed Lady Kroknorai. And mass quarantines or quantities of more have been appearing all around Britain. It also said the Moor's poison has been seeping out of the pit, and all Camelot subsumed in black fog. I see. Seems the great calamity has begun then. In this there's nothing for Glasmer. As long as the fairies vow to abide by Glasmer's way of doing things, that is to have fun above all else regardless of clan affiliation, and offering refuge to anyone who asks, my Fey domain's still alive and well. No Moors will be making their way into Glasmer. Although, there isn't anything we can do for fairies within Glasmer who spontaneously turn to Moors. We just have to have the Fang clan mercenaries dispose of them. No, on second thought, send them out to rescue fairies stranded in the nearby villages. Fang clan has more resistance to Moors poison than the other clans, why we're able to kill the Moors king. So if the only problem is an explosion of Moors, Fang clan should be able to handle it. What we need to do is prepare for the calamity afterwards. That fog or whatever it is coming from the pit. Even though Morgan's gone, the system she's created is still rock solid. Camelot's always held the Fang clan in reserve for situations like this. As long as we use them properly, we have nothing to fear from the calamity.
Lady Miriam, the Fang clan as well.
Huh? What are you still doing here? Thought I'd give you an order. Going to keep studying the pit. And getting the truth of it. Passage in the document Morgan hid away from Britain's origins. Cronus and the first prophecy. So you're not a Fae, Morgan. I am not a Fae, personally. Don't take away my bargains just because I'm not a Fae. Also, my laundry just went off. Give me a moment. I'm back, and I misread Bugnet as Bargith. That's embarrassing. Now, I'm a bit big for a Bugnet in general anyways. Even if I were a Fae. Hell, she's a Fae, and she's a bit big for a Bugnet.
If I can decipher them, I'll know what the Great Calamity really is. Whatever's trying to destroy our Britain, I swear to reveal it, or I'm not the head of the Wing Clan, the Lord of Glasseter. Yes, Lady Miriam. It's no wonder you're Britain's wisest, fairest ruler. We Glassorians are proud to have you as our leader. Don't worry, we'll take care of the city.
No, there's no time to take a breather. Not a moment to spare here. Need to find the answer before Queen Sky gets back. I won't be able to call myself her friend. I knew it. Queen Sky told me about these beings called gods. Looks like there was once one in Britain, too. Cronus, god of beasts and islands who parted the seas. Must be the god at the bottom of the pit. Real question is, why did this god disappear? What did the 6 clans wish for? And most of all, what made this world go down a different route than proper human history in the first place? So close to the answer now, can almost taste it. 14,000 years ago, an invader that fell on the planet from a shooting star. And then the fairies. Oh, no, that can't be right. But it's the only explanation. And we brought this on ourselves? No. Fairies' sins are their own. Can't punish the children for their parents' sins. Besides, this really is truth, and the pit existing makes sense. This isn't a god trying to destroy us, but the Isle of Britain itself.
Congratulations, Marion. You got it. And thank you for getting rid of the Fang clan, by the way. Made it so much easier for the calamities to spread unchecked. Had the Fang clan still been around, they'd have kept killing enough more so Great Calamity would never have showed up. This time I'm going all out. The more calamities, the better. Thanks again for doing your part to end things. Besides, you got your revenge. You learned the truth about Britain. Did everything you wanted, yes? No regrets? It's time to pack it in. It's you. Yes, that's right. Oh, before you go, permit me one final confession. I'm sorry for sicking the Fang clan or the Wing clan all those years ago. Honestly, didn't have any real reason. I was just in a bad mood that day. Terribly sorry.
Meanwhile. It's been a day and a half since I started galloping along the coastline. We should be at the western shore soon. Incidentally, I started to lose all feeling in my forelegs, my hind legs too for that matter. To be perfectly blunt, I'm afraid any more running could endanger my life as a Fae racehorse that is. You ran yourself ragged for us. Not at all. Even putting my legs aside, the wagon wheels are about 20 seconds from falling off. Are you all ready to run to the ocean as soon as you're out of the carriage? I see a whole mess of moors over on the shore. I never did figure out what exactly propeller humming history was all about. But I suspect it means you are all the brave warriors destined to truly save Britain. It's been an honor to accompany you on your journey. Alright, this is as far as I go. Take care, everyone. I'm just gonna crash out now.
Thanks, Rudder. You've been the best damn horse I've ever seen. Come on, Grimoire, it's our time now. Let's clear them a path.
Let's see. Still don't have any moon cancer. That'll be fine. There you go. And Apex. Let's rumble. Alright, we'll start with this. Use this. Alright, then we'll do this. This. And this. Alright, let's do this.
Alright. Let's see here. We'll crush you where you stand.
気づきに気づいた刀塚八重垣作るは戦時の刃
And slice you
勝
apart.
負していきな。いいぜ出直せ。てめえとは反りが合わねえよ。
Cute. Alright then. Boom,
俺んだよ。
boom,
やけど
boom.
任せとけ。神前解明完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界これが俺の
Still wish I was a saber. But whatever. Well, that didn't do jack.
早炊きですカルウェナ熱を帯びなさい丸圧倒します
あの切るぜ。
足を狙います
わかった出直せ。
There we go. That did something. Oh boy, more of them.
指なら知っとる。 折れんなよ。あの辺りか切るぜ。
Come down to size.
解明完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界これが俺の鈴鹿村正だ。
Did I get him?
わかった出直せ。
Maybe somewhat.
てめえとは反りが合わね
I killed one of them. That sucks.
And cools down.
Hey, right. For my lead.
手に入らない全て見つめるよろしい暗き
え。
湖
品田姫を髪に
よく
刺し
言いました事実
Roleless Camelot.
恐怖は希望まで直人通るにあたわず
You should be able to finish them now.
神前解明完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界これが俺の
Alright.
鈴鹿村正だ。
And that's that.
何を喜んでいるのです私が出たのです勝利は約束されていたはずです
It's good to be back.
Congratulations on what your work done, damn it, so good to see you safe and sound. This place seems to be seriously bad news, all since I'm detecting positively absurd magical energy signals. According to Sheva, I ought to have a few hours till the collapse begins. Or I shall give you some time to take a breather in your quarters, I really do. I can tell me more about just what's going on here before I have an aneurysm. First, roll call! That must be a Warrior, King Arthur Fair Britain.
That must be Percival the Round Table Army. It's obviously Cuchulainn. It must be Sinjimor Morsa, the alter ego disciple of the Fallen God. Excellent! I can see you're all just capable and dependable as I thought. Having them on board sure give us the edge we need. Guten Tag, denizens of the Land of Fae. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm God of Mollis, Director of Caldea, Commander of the Border. Given the circumstances, I see no point in discriminating between those of you from proper human history and those of you from the North Sphere. As we're all in the same, very rapidly sinking boat, I hope to count on your help in resolving this unprecedented crisis.
Unprecedented is right.
By the way, how come there's so few of you? Didn't eventually reports mention at least a few others?
The Earth and Oberon didn't make it.
What about the Northern Fairies then? And you have a mad match with Mab-Logolite where you became made mad friends.
Kroknara passed away during her coronation.
Oh, I see. Then her death can't have been a peaceful one. What a terrible shame. Well, I can't count all those on out from those who have already passed on. No point dwelling on it. Alright, let me tell you what the situation is here. We've begun our water takeoff sequence. It's gonna be several hours yet before we can leave. Technical advisor, I need you in the computer room yesterday. Animal Professor needs your help. Mash, see that all 2 guests are well tended to. Now wait, take Percival to the infirmary first. He's not looking too good. Well, Master Grimoire, now you're on my ship, you'll be treated like any other Caldeian servant. Nemo will be brief on our plan of attack. I'll brief you on our plan of attack. As for you, Tamasu, I see you're just as sore a state as ever. There's nothing new for you all by now, is there? First, I want you to get yourself checked over at the infirmary. Then use all precious few spell command spells to replenish yourself. After that, you'll return here, brief myself and the administrative advisor on every place you visit in Britain. As you know, we're going to be in there ourselves in the Storm Border in just a few hours. So we're going to need all the information you can give us on the land of the fairies and who live in it.
Yes, sir. Though I'm not sure that'll be too pertinent. Everyone's kind of in the middle of dying.
Good. A day and a half is our last transmission, so if we leave in 6 hours, that'll be about 2 days. I don't see it entirely worth it in 2 days, so we should still have plenty of time, I think. Nonetheless, there's going to be fearsome battle, so make sure you're all well rested and ready for anything.
Who owns the emergency meeting?
I see. Very well. I believe I now have a firm grasp on what has transpired since our last communication. I appreciate your attention to detail, Mr. Masu.
Hold on.
Alright, I'm back. Alright. Sorry about that.
With your information, I know what we need to do, though whether we can do it is another matter entirely.
Oh? So what is it we should do then?
Get the fuck out of here. Broadly speaking, we have two goals. The first is to prevent Britain from collapsing. That will require us to investigate the pit, stop the calamity, and wipe out the wars that have sprung up all over Britain. The second is acquiring a divine construct. We came very close to the latter, but it seems we were thwarted at the last moment.
Oh yes, secret land supposed to be sent from Camelot. And I'm blowing the Round Table Army for this. I still can't help but wonder they couldn't have finished it just a day sooner, damn it!
About that, Grimmer. Could we see you here for a moment?
What's up? Got a question for me?
I do, yes. It pertains to the divine construct. We thought we could achieve that goal by seizing one of Camelot's secret lances. But according to Miss Tiramisu, you seem to have a bit put off when the topic came up before. May I ask you why that is?
Awesome. Don't know if the Sacred Lance made by Morgan is going to be something we can actually use ourselves. If we can't, it'll be an invaluable divine construct, just a reference. Thanks again, Percival. There, get a mind like a steel trap, don't you, Tiramisu? Yeah, that's right. You guys are barking up the wrong tree. Taking one of Camelot's sacred lamps for yourself doesn't mean you'll automatically be able to fit it into the ship. Divine constructs are closely tied to their wielder. Might be able to create one, but you having the right to actually use it isn't the same thing. Till you guys get back what you at Chaldea know what all proper human history lost when the world was wiped clean. You'll never be granted a divine construct of your own. Qualified.
It can be, but no, it's the only logical explanation. So that's why we had to come to this lost belt. And Miss Scion sent us here because she knew about it.
Alert! Alert! There's been a change in central Britain's gravity. Oh, it's as strong as the foreign god pseudo. Oh, black holes. Something's really gross coming out from there. Wah! I don't even want to look at it. You think that's bad? I've been seeing fire spreading all over Britain. Looks like it's starting in the northwest part of the Isle. A whole tsunami of fiery winds is blowing across all of Britain from Manchester.
Fire broke out in Manchester? Keep it together. Gather as much detailed information as you can. I also want to see these phenomena myself. Point the ultra-long-range lens we used in Atlantis at Central Britain.
I'm trying, but we can't see a thing out there. It's as dark as the bottom of the ocean out there. But we're still positive about what's going on.
Then it looks like we'll have to go see what's going on for ourselves. Any word from the professor? How much longer until the navigational program's done?
She said it's already done. She just needs 30 more minutes to test it before it's deployed.
It's good to have Da Vinci back. That 3 hours sooner than I expected. Gordoff, Holmes, the ship is ready for battle. Tiramisu, would you bring Mash and Artoria Castor here? We don't have a single second to spare. I hate to do this, but it looks like we won't have any time for a test drive before we head out. Okay, that should handle your minor injuries. Also gave you a stimulant amplode. But you sure you don't want to try the recovery pod? It might not help you recover completely, but it should at least give you a little more energy. Thank you for your help, Da Vinci, but yes, I'm sure. I'll wait until after the great calamity has been dealt with. If I get into that bed, I'll be unconscious for several days, right? I'm the commander of the Round Table Army. That time I can't afford to lose. If I can't be of much help, I still want to see what becomes of Britain. And besides, how could I ever face my soldiers? I told them that while Britain faced this crisis, I was asleep. Besides, there's something I need to tell you too, Artoria. I was hoping to keep this to myself, but I can't do that now that I babbled about it back at the cathedral. This is about you being a substitute child of prophecy, isn't it? Is that also why you're in poor health right now? From what I've gathered, it was Aura who took you.
and those other humans in just after you were born. Woodrose is the one who saw you had talent to the rearing house, and Lancelot taught you how to use the sword. How to use a sword. I'm guessing the purpose behind all that to create their own child of prophecy.
That's right. After Anasel's prophecy became known, a number of different measures were taken in response to the child of prophecy. The Queen's army captured all fairies who had been born. Some village hid next-generation fairies who met the description, and some villages raised them in secret. The Lord of Salisbury idea was this. If we don't know where the child of prophecy will appear, we can just prepare our own in the meantime.
That's why you and those other human children were taken in race to be warriors. You were meant to serve as a child of prophecy in case the real one didn't appear 16 years later.
True. That may have been one of the reasons.
So what happened afterwards?
Lord Woodrose determined that I had the most potential out of all the candidates. What more, Salisbury possessed one of the weapons Ask the Savior used to save Britain in the Fae era, this spear, the spear of selection. However, Ask had to place a seal on the spear that prevented any sinners from using it. In practice, that meant only humans could touch the spear, let alone wield it.
So that's why they use human children. Even if they're not as strong as fairies, they could use the spear of selection. And that was the bar that had to be met to call oneself the child of prophecy.
That's right. Then, when I was 10 years old, I succeeded at drawing out the spear of selection's power. I think it chose me, and it wanted me to use it to kill wicked fairies. I'm sure I heard a voice saying something like that in my head. That was also when the Mirror Clan disappeared from Britain. The day the Spirit Selection chose me was also the day she went to the Lake District at our Lord's orders.
Hang on, that doesn't make sense. The Mirror Clan disappeared 6 years ago, right? But you're...
A Spirit Selection used its willer's life force to generate its true power. I'm sorry, Tori, the truth is, I'm 16 years old too. I was 10 when the Spirit Selection chose me, and I aged 10 years as a result. That's why I have the body of a 26-year-old.
But British humans only live 30 years on average. That's why you didn't age anymore the second time you used it. You couldn't age more. Does that mean the only reason you're still alive now is...
Yes, must have been born stronger than other humans. I guess Lord Woodrose did choose well, huh? That's why I owe you an apology, Artoria. I was raised to be a substitute for you. No, to be a threat to you. But instead of coming clean about that, I began an organization meant to support you. I used your name without permission, just so I could put the Round Table Army together for my own selfish reasons. I have no right to speak about peace in Britain, but I went around preaching it all the same.
That's not true at all. You didn't do this for yourself. You never did. Even now you're forcing yourself into actions just to save Melusine.
Attention Stormboard. The ship is now battle ready.
We've detected a powerful gravitational fluctuation in central Britain. Always believes this is the start of Britain's collapse. In 30 minutes, we'll transition to flight mode and attempt to enter British airspace ourselves. All hands to the bridge. All hands to the bridge. I repeat, the ship is now. Looks like that's all we got the time for now. Head to the computer room. What about you two?
I'll go to the bridge too. I may be an imposter, but I still call myself a knight of the Round Table. If nothing else, I want to honor my companions who lost their lives on the battlefield by seeing for myself what became of Britain. My own wish may be nothing to speak about, but I can at least honor theirs. A future where humans and fairies can coexist in peace. Oh god, everything's on fire! I take it that's Manchester? Yep, yes it is.
What the devil's going on here? It's only been a day and a half. How is all Britain burning in only a day and a half? I mean, I knew mortar bad news. This is unbelievable.
No, Morse don't use fires. Something else did this.
This has got to be the Red Calamity. Looks like the fire is coming from Manchester. Isn't that where we made that promise with Bargith? That's where we'd help some fairies migrate to proper human history if things went belly up.
That's right, Bargith told us about that. Said she had already talked to Manchester's residents about the prospect of migrating outside Britain. And they all loved the idea.
Can we stop by Manchester first then? That's where we're headed. We need to find out what's causing the fire anyways. It'll be something of a detour, but it shouldn't affect our entry route into the pit. How are things in your end, Da Vinci?
All systems green. We're making good time at 60 knots, or 111 kilometers per hour. You want to head to Manchester, right? I was just thinking we should make that our first stop, too. We have to keep our promise to Bargith after all. We should be there in 10 minutes, but it's surrounded by a massive fire. At least the ferries inside should be safe. The town's ramparts ought to keep the fire out. We'll have to move the ferries onto the storm border all at once. There won't be time to guide them one at a time. So Tiramisu, I'd like you and Mash to head there ahead of us. Let them know we're coming. I'll send the shuttle border down to the surface as soon as we arrive in Manchester airspace. It'll land automatically, but you'll still need a driver to get there. Can you do that, Meniere?
That's a sure thing. Guess I'm the only one who can, since Chubby's got to stay here as the commander.
I'm impressed you accepted so readily, Meniere. I suppose you are the border's longest-serving pilot.
Oh, well, yeah, pretty much. Besides, I had it easy up till now.
Great. Okay, I'm counting on you guys to round everyone up and fill them in.
Will do. Just be ready to welcome them aboard. Alright, Bargith! Man, I feel like a paratrooper. Da Vinci thought of up in autopilot mode for everything. Scanning for hostile entities. No Morse nearby. Inside the temperature is 1,000 degrees Celsius. That's like running around inside a forest fire. Make sure your Mystic Code's on good and secure, Tiramisu. Alright, full speed ahead to Manchester. Let's go. I just realized I didn't change the stream title. Open the hatch, we're headed out!
Huh? Meniere, the hatch is still locked. Need you to.
I'm sorry, I can't. You can't go out there now. Damn it, what the hell's going on here? You guys said Manchester's supposed to be this quiet, idyllic town, right? So what the hell am I looking at?
Meniere, what are you talking about?
Mesh?
What are those?
They're corpses! Goddamn mountain of corpses! Not just fairies, humans too. They didn't die in the fire. The human corpses are all torn apart, looks like by fangs. Fairies were hacked to bits with swords. Which means...
humans were eaten alive.
Help, help, she's gonna kill me, she's gonna kill me! Something's wrong with Lady Bargith. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Said we would all survive. Said Chaldea would keep us safe even if the Great Calamity struck here. No, I don't want to die anymore. I hate fire, I hate nights. Help, help, save me, Oberon. I don't want to be born just to be killed all over again.
Bargith?
That's Bargith? She doesn't look anything like you described her in the reports. Did she do this to Manchester?
I gotta get out there.
Tiramisu, get back here, you idiot! Margaret, tell us what's happened here.
Can't tell you. You're here just like you promised. But you can't be here. Leave. Go away. You need to escape. Britain's ferries are. It's all my fault. I should have known better.
Mister, quick! Get back inside the Shadow Border. It's not safe here.
Dear God, she just kicked the border like it was a damn football.
Get the border out of here, Minier. It's a magical energy eater Da Vinci wrote about in her reports. She's sucking up Senpai's life force.
I'm trying, but the steering wheel's not... Huh? Hang on. She's going away and around? Guess she's not interested in us. She's headed outside the city. Like, towards Gossamer. And she's not alone. Bunch of black dog-like creatures following her. Got them all lined up in a procession. It's like watching some twisted real-life Pied Piper of Hamelin.
What's that? The Black Calamity. I've got the Shadow Border safely stowed away. You guys ready to head to the pit now?
Yes, Manchester's been completely destroyed. Given what has become of Bargath, and the fact she's now leading the procession of black dogs, I believe it's best to refer to her as the Calamity of the Beast from here on. Regardless, though we could take her on now, I agree we should make our way towards the pit first. I trust there are no objections.
Hold on a moment. Sorry, checking some stuff.
Come on. Just 'cause it's true doesn't mean you gotta be so blunt about it. She might have been our enemy, but Bargath was one of the few fairies in Fairy Britain who...
It's okay. I'm not sure what Bargath slaughtered all the Manchester, but the reason is no surprise she became a Moors after doing something so horrific. I had no problem calling her a Calamity now.
Okay, if you're sure. Don't push yourself too hard, okay, Artoria?
In any case, we'll have to fight Bargath eventually, since she's the source of fire spreading all over Britain. The walled cities are still holding out. Fires completely devastated the forest and plains. It all looks like the smoke from the fire is gathering in the sky and forming thunderclouds. She's consuming the lightning they generate as her primary food source. Her magical energy grows every step she takes. I'm gonna have to stop her before she becomes a literal, unstoppable monster. Even so, we need to check on the pit first, both a red calamity and a black calamity, right? We can't go to war until we know the enemy's strength. Luckily, the Calamity of the Beast is still moving slowly. Needs to be headed towards Oxford right now. At this pace, it'll take her a good 4 or 5 hours to get there. And that should give us enough time to come up with a plan of attack. Got that, Otoya, Tamasu? We really need to defeat her, is there no other way?
No, there isn't. There's no getting the old walkers back now. I admit it. I now figured out why she was gifted a name. I was to prevent her from coming there. But now because I defeated Gawain, there is nothing to stop it anymore.
Black Dog's the curse the Moors King put on the Fen clan. Maybe Bargith always knew she was going to become a calamity from the day she was born. Must be why she was so hard on herself, why she strived to be a model knight. What is that? What is that? Oh God, it's gross. I don't look at it anymore.
Stop that, Lookout. What are you talking about? You can see the pit, can't you? Save the whining for later and put it on the monitor now. Our primary objective is to acquire the sacred lance in Camelot, whether we can use it or not. So we need to get a handle on what's going on at the pit as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. Putting it on the monitor now.
Eerie. What is that?
The black mist seeping from the pit is actually severe multi-layered curse contamination. Whatever you do, don't touch it. It'll make you go insane and rot your whole body. Although, wow, this is amazing. Inside the pit's almost like a whole nother dimension. Every signal I fire at it just disappears. Basically a cursed bottomless pit.
No, never mind the pit itself for now. That's the real problem. What are you doing, data collection? Get to work already.
I'm trying, but I can't really. Can't get a read on magical energy or its spirit origin. I'm not even getting any real numbers for its mass or volume. Even when I compare against the pit itself, the part we're seeing here shows over 2 kilometers long. Whatever it is, it's impossibly big. There's no other creature like it, not even the deepest ocean trenches.
Rumors, this is the same god that was present during the Britain's Genesis.
Yep, that's Cronus, the beast god. In Celtic mythology, it's the king of beasts, and the one who knows hell itself. Here it's the being responsible for Britain's creation. That thing's why the old god of wisdom chose me to come here as his vessel. That said, he didn't mention how much it changed. If this is his idea of a joke, I ain't laughing. That thing's way too big for anyone, human or fairy, to do something about.
Hello there.
He's just standing there, menacingly. That's the creature from the mural. Is it really happening? Please tell me it's just a bad dream. So I can understand. It was a machine at least. Eye of the Tower might have been a massive mammoth. That made sense for the frigid tundra. That's a living creature. There's no way any living creature could be that huge. It's just standing there, right in front of Camelot. I can't possibly go in to collect the wrong million now, or can we? What do you think, Administrative Advisor? Is there a chance we can get past that thing?
I hate to say this, Gordolf, but I simply do not know. We know far too little about the creature to say anything for certain at this point. I can say that even viewing it through the monitor is enough to give me palpitations. That creature is pure concentrated curse. In fact, I dare say, there's never been a malignant god more powerful. It would be suicide to set foot in Camelot right now, and yet I suspect that creature is precisely why Queen Morgan prepared the sacred lances. Take a look at where she kept them.
And ask, Queen Morgan.
What's preparing a means to defeat that thing? She had a plan to protect Britain all along. And we should go to Camelot. The sooner the better.
I agree. Besides, the big guy hasn't so much as budged. Maybe he's just there, existing, and that's what he does. Plus, servants ought to be able to withstand some degree of curse. So I say, we do what Tarasu says and head to Camelot's throne room now before...
Okay, it's too late. It's all too late.
More black haze. Haze leaking up from the pit.
Same as the Calamity who saw Norwich. That must mean it was...
Yes, Calamity was just Cornish's hands. One of many.
Never mind that. That hand's creeping up the Wardhawk Camelot. No way, it's destroying the castle. Our magical energy gauge is going haywire. The curse and contaminations emanating from the pit just skyrocketed. Currently at 640 million tons, it's still rising. It's a humongous tsunami of curse that's big enough to cover all Britain. I think that's what he's gonna do. Everybody cheese it. Hard to port, 180 degrees. We need to get out of this airspace now. That stuff swells out the border. We're done for. Don't let even one of its fingers so much as graze us. It's no use. Getting all we've got. We're not getting any more altitude. Goodness must be having 100 or 200. I can't even count how many hands it's got. You're everywhere they look. You look. We can't avoid them all, let alone get away from them. Damn it, Da Vinci, what about the shadow border? It won't work. Even if we could get everyone on board in time, nowhere to run with the ground covered in curses. There's no way out of this. I think this might be it for us. Contact in 7, 6, 5. Goodbye, everyone. It's been swell knowing ya. Well, we're doomed. We have visibility again. Those icky things are gone. Our engine output back where it should be too. We can get out of here no problem now. Oh good, that makes all the trouble I went to worth it. Now, do y'all see why NFF services guaranteed safety protection? The best in the business. That voice, that honeyed ice cold dangerously alluring Vichy voice. That can only be Domino Vichquinskaya. Ah, Queenskaya. Thanks for saving us. Lady Murian, did you leave the lights off again? You know, your eyes like this. Just got back from the coronation. I'm sure you already heard how it turned out, but... bloodstains? Murian. Oh, Queenskaya. Welcome back. I'm glad you're here. Still hadn't said a proper goodbye. Oh, perfect. Actually came here to say goodbye myself. Thanks so much for all you've done. Help with fundraising and product distribution in Gloucester. Mars may be the only new creature I managed to acquire here in Britain. But I still enjoyed some lovely days off thanks to your generosity. I promise to repay this favor one day. As soon as I finish making my primate zoo, you'll be the first to receive an invitation. That sounds great. But I'm sorry, I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Feels like I'm still dreaming. And so wake up. You're worried you'll forget everything. Not to worry. I'm the beast of taming. Unlike humans, I never forget my debts. Thank you for calling me your friend, my eccentric little princess. I'd be an honor to purchase your joy and grief for my catalog. Never sell them, of course. I'm quite fond of you.
I see. Do you think you could pay me for them now? I was an idiot. Couldn't keep my anger, my hatred in check. I'm responsible for this. Should have realized who the true enemy was. But instead, I was used to manipulate it right to the end. So at the very least, you'd like to get your revenge. You're just leaving that to me. You just leave that to me. I'll follow those bloodstains. Find out whoever. No, I want you to at least protect Britain. We fairies may be fated to die out. We can never atone for our sins. And so, I still want you to protect Britain. To protect the land of the Fae. I don't want the great calamity to just wipe us out. Us all out on its own terms. I want us to reach our destination, even if it's the end of the line. Can I ask this of you, Queen Skya? Even though you're all alone in this world, just like me. Protect Britain in the true sense of the word. Alright, I'll do it. If you're looking for me to protect rather than destroy, it's obvious what needs protecting. Rest assured, NSF Services has the situation well in hand.
Been a while since we've seen her in this outfit.
I'll make sure the ones who can make the real villain's life hardest stay safe and sound.
Yeah, you go, girl.
That's Queen Skya's beast form. Marines, can you put that up on the monitor?
It's no use. Camera's being jammed. Our sonar's not working either. Again!
Do keep those annoying pulses off me, won't you? They're messing with my concentration.
Sonar jamming, eh? As with Limbo, it's only a matter of time until we'll need to settle things with Queen Skya. I was hoping to collect some data that would help us eventually subdue her, along with some inspiration for my deduction.
Well, are you going to escape or not? His emergency evacuation service expires soon. If you need my services again, it's going to cost you dearly.
Right, get us out of here, double quick. Certainly don't want to be stuck with a preposterous bill. We'll pay you in full for this service eventually. You can count on that as surely as you can count on the bruise we left you with after all battle on Olympus. Oh, in case it wasn't clear, that was a reference to the fact that we thrashed you during the...
Crap, we just lost some power to the engines again. Can it, Chubbs? You're messing with their motivation.
No, it's not that. Pressure's building up on the ground again. Looks like even Queen Skya can only hold it off for so long.
Then get us out of here. Whatever you have to do. Do it. I don't care if you have to ruin one of the Triton engines. Make it happen.
Aye, aye, sir. Apologize to the engineer later.
Fly, fly, fly!
And that's as far as the friend's discount goes. The rest's up to Chaldea. As for me, I think it's time I return to my headquarters. So, this is Curtis' curse. He seems to take it for a weapon capable of destroying the world. But this curse isn't meant for enemies from the outside. For cursing your own kind and yourself. A curse of self-destruction. The only way I could defend this ship was to absorb it myself. What a sorry state of affairs this turned out to be.
So the Chaldean ship barely managed to escape from central Britain. Bargets, now transformed to the enormous calamity of the beast, continued wreaking havoc in other cities. Having crawled out from the pit, Cronus continued executing seemingly endless curses. The fairy villages that dotted Britain's forest burned to the ground, which itself began to crack and fall apart under the strain. 2 hours had passed since the storm board had first set out for the goal of saving Britain. They couldn't save anything. The residents of Northwich came to blows over who would escape on the 2 ocean liners eventually devolved into murderous mobs of fairies and humans. In a barber shop on Main Street, A kind young human man comforted a fairy woman who had succumbed to panic. The residents of Oxford, who had moved there with the hope of becoming the next privileged class, were destroyed when they were unable to fend off a Moor's attack. Without the Fang clan there to protect them, they were utterly powerless. Although Salisbury managed to defend itself by keeping its gates closed, it was coming to an even more gruesome end than any of the other cities. Londonium continued to burn in silence. The few remaining Round Table army soldiers welcomed the fairies who fled there and did their best to fight off the Moors, though in truth the Round Table army soldiers were already badly injured and no longer able to fight. So the fairies who sought refuge there summoned up the last of their courage and defended the soldiers for as long as they were able. The residents of Glasmer disappeared relatively painlessly, one at a time. A young girl who had been freed from the Western Ranch some time before made the journey back to Glasmer after a series of trials and tribulations. She braved her way through the flames to rescue her former master, a failure of a fairy who had been helpless without her. After a tearful reunion, the girl and the fairy joined hands before being swallowed up by fissure in the ground.
It's horrible. All Britain's beauty's gone.
Indeed, Miss Curelite. Once the other Lost Belt trees and Indians were gone, they disappeared as well, but their inhabitants were none the wiser. This is nothing like that. Britain is experiencing a true apocalypse. Even if there was some reason the land of the Fae had to meet such a dreadful end, I should never be able to forgive the architects of this cataclysm.
Yes, well, I understand why you would be so heartbroken by this, Curelite. You have every right to be angry, Holmes. We still need to do something about it, yes? If left unchecked, the haze seeping out of the pit's gonna cover the entire planet, right? Isn't there something we can do to seal the pit?
No, there isn't. Can't even get close to the storm border. In the storm border anymore. The 12 Rhongomydians were our last hope. They have all been destroyed along with Camelot. There's nothing we can do to stop the collapse. Transmigretus too predicted anymore.
I'm afraid she's right. Britain's destruction is inevitable now. And from there, that destruction will spread across the rest of the globe until proper human history, the Lost Belts, and everything else is swallowed up by darkness.
Who's talking? I guess Grimmer? Hey now, there's still hope. I'll hold out for at least another hour before giving up. Sure, the fairy sins have been accumulating for 14,000 years. Sure, we've now faced both calamities and the prophecy predicted, and the corpse of a god just popped out of the pit. There's nothing proper human history can do about any of that. All that stuff's also cosmic fantasy, only made possible by the situation. The British Lost Belt became its proper human history by virtue of turning to a singularity. That is, a distortion in history. In other words, repairing that singularity will restore history, resulting in the land of the Fae never having existed. And isn't that Chaldea's specialty? Oh wait, I know who this is.
That Chaldea's specialty.
It's the same voice I heard in my dreams before coming here.
Yes, I recognize it too. I know it anywhere.
Sup? Hey, everyone. Merlin, the Mage of Flowers, is here at last. Sorry to keep you waiting so long. Now, come on, cheer up. Not like y'all to give up so easily. In fact, the real battle's here in Britain just about to begin.
Hi, Marlon. I see you're not dead. That's an improvement.
Now then, I believe greetings are in order. Good day, Chaldeans. I'm the amazing Merlin the Great, Actually been free for some time now, ever since Morgan was killed and her garden disappeared. Sorry for getting here so late. Need some extra time to get everything ready. Is that you, Cave Flag? No fair stay behind Chaldea without me.
I'm sorry, Merlin. That was just Senpai's full impression.
Is that a thing, Chaldea now? Who said that could be a thing? Oops, sorry about that. Still a little shaky. Not exaggerating when I say this feels like a waking dream for me. See, I'm not actually there with you. You're seeing right now is an illusion. It also means I can only hear your voices. I can't see what either you or Mash look like right now, Tiramisu. So I'm afraid our joyful reunion will have to wait a little longer. But don't worry, get to see grown-up faces in just a few hours. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to Avalon. Make sure I look nice and respectful.
Merlin? You're That's the wrong voice. Merlin? You're Merlin?
That's me. That's the Child of Prophecy speaking. Sorry to surprise you like this. I know we have a lot to catch up on, but I'm afraid private conversation will have to wait until things are somewhat less intense. Let's see, I believe Mr. Gordoff, Chaldea's current commander, yes? Is he there now too?
Yes, I mean, I am. This Gordoff Muller speaking. Sir Merlin, are you? I won't bother asking why you're just showing up now. Right, that we have been more pressing matters than you barging in. All I want to know is what you meant when you said they're still out.
Nice, packed a lot of bluster into that voice. Means you're pretty much the exact opposite of the prior acting commander. I digress. When I said there was still hope, I meant there's still a way to stop this collapse. Let me cut to the chase. I'd like you to send the fairy paradise back here right away. Artoria, you've been hearing Avalon calling for you ever since you finished ringing the bells, right? It's time for you to fulfill your duties to fairy paradise. Once you have, it'll be possible to erase this singularity and defeat Kronos.
Way to fix this hopeless situation somewhere in paradise?
But I'm not qualified, Chief.
Qualification's smallification. And it's none of that matters. Kronos' curse will weaken once the fairy of paradise who rang the bells of pilgrimage returns to paradise. Won't get rid of it entirely, but it'll stop it from getting stronger. The god of wisdom who pawned this power off on me confirmed as much. Might be from a different mythology, but he knows what he's talking about here. Isn't that right, Ambrosius? My job is to get Artoria to the paradise by hook or by crook. As long as she rung the bell of pilgrimage, it doesn't even matter if she's still alive.
Right, of course. I should know this is how this should go.
Artoria, why are you upset at him?
So I've actually kind of known about it all along. I could see that while Grimoire was here the whole time too.
That's expressly for the worst case scenario, Grimoire. We're nowhere near that point now. He's in the best possible condition right now. Can't see it, but I can sense it. I have no doubt that the fairies of paradise, the Avalon le Fae, will fulfill her duty of her own volition. Even if someone convinces her this is ridiculous, then we should all just give up and enjoy the time we have left. Besides, you'll have no choice to come to Avalon. The spirit cavern that leads to the planet's inner sea for the corpse of Albion, the border dragon that sank into the dark bog. Now that Britain's begun to collapse, the path should be open again. All you need to do is go spelunking for an hour. That said, still taking the largest holy ground in the Maycraft world. Won't let just anyone in. But should be open for Tiramisu as a representative of humanity. Max Curelites and Knight of the Round Table. The fairy paradise? I guess there's room for her attendant Muramasa as well. The rest of you will have to wait. Ain't there until you get back.
Well, good off. What would you have us do?
What else can we possibly do, Captain? Set a course for a dark bog at once. I was in the Lake District, right? You know the coordinates technical advisor?
Sure do. That part won't be a problem.
But apparently, the only one who can enter this spirit cabin are the 4 Merlins specified. That's not a lot of fighters for a trip as potentially dangerous as this. That's not even mentioning how much I wanted to see this for myself. But it looks like we don't have any other choice but to send them off and trust things will work out. You ready to go, Tiramisu? Yeah, but you alright, Arturia?
I think I'll be fine. Besides, I'm just ending up fighting with Grandma if I said no. And you know, thinking about it some more, actually kind of excited. Basically my first time visiting home.
Understood. I'll update our strategy to include Merlin's instructions. Tiramisu, Mash, Artorias, Senji Muramasa. You 4 will make your way through the Spirit Cavern and head for our planet's inner sea, the paradise of Avalon. The storm border will remain on station above the Lake District. Captain Nemo and Da Vinci will focus on piloting the border. If anything should try to attack us, Grimma and I will fend them off.
Wait, please. This is all new and unfamiliar to me, so I doubt I'll be much help. But Britain is my home. It's only right that I should take part in any battles we may face.
Absolutely not. If anything, you should be resting right now. You're in no shape to be fighting anymore, right? The only job now is to get treatment.
Sorry.
Treatment you need and recuperate till you're back to your own self. It's an order from Child of Prophecy, got it? Even they think about defying me on this, I'll completely abandon my duties. Is that clear?
Yes, Child of Prophecy. I'll follow your orders. I have to say, though, never thought I'd see the day you got seriously mad at me. Always been one to keep your feelings in check and not make a fuss. True, Tori is great at pretending to be a model student.
You think? I thought I'd been pretty open and forthcoming with my feelings personally.
Sure, whenever you just start turning your brain off and start doing something stupid, the rest of the time you pretend to be a big old nervous Nelly.
What you mean? I've never done anything stupid. What's a nervous Nelly anyways, Muramasa?
Someone wants to throw hands with us down here. Like we discussed earlier, we'll be standing by a storm border in Lake District airspace. We expect the operation to take about 3 hours. It's all the time the ship, no, Britain, has left. We have no way of knowing what will happen in the Spirit Cavern. So please try to be careful as careful as you possibly can, Tiramisu. Got it. Entering the Spirit Cavern inside Avalon now.
That felt different from the water mirror that sent me to the past Norwich. Does that mean we're inside Albion's Spirit Cavern now? Can we still contact Chaldea? No, we can't. We're cut off, just as Da Vinci predicted. Why do we bother bringing these? Gathering coordinate data now. 10, 20, 40, 80. 80? Master, you're not going to believe this, but it looks like we're 80 kilometers below ground now.
Damn, that's even deeper than the pit. A lot deeper. Are we even sure this is underground? Completely pitch black, doesn't even feel like I'm standing on anything. You're not wrong. World's a whole other layer, another dimension, to put it simply. You were just able to bypass all the ground in the way thanks to Albion. But be warned that it goes much deeper. In Propagandum history, there's 80-kilometer marks where Albion gave up the ghosts. But in this lost belt, Albion managed to make a route all the way to Avalon. Unfortunately, the path wasn't wide enough for Albion to get through, so he still died on the surface.
There's spirit crafting like this in Propagandum history too?
That's right. Though over there, it's known as the Spiritual Tomb. In Propagandum history, the Spiritual Tomb of Albion ends at the 80-kilometer mark. Beyond that's a world known as the Fairy Realm, which no human can enter. Since the British Lost Belt's all this world's fairy realm, no such restriction here. So we can keep going down as far as we like. In real world distance, you're starting the 400 kilometer mark, going down further to the beyond D layer, 2,700 kilometers. So that's where you find your destination, the planet's inner sea.
Wait, so we're 80 kilometers below ground now, and definition's 2,700 kilometers below ground. How the hell can we cover that kind of distance?
Simple, you take a shortcut. When I said it takes an hour, I wasn't basing that on how fast you travel. I meant that's how long it takes, period. Use a sense of transit time reduction spells to bring you all to your destination. Anyways, must be pretty dull for you. How about we turn on the lights?
Man, it sure looked like cave in here. Whoa, it's a cave now.
So what do you think? Doesn't this feel more like a cavern? Now go on, keep moving. Transit time reduction is kicking in with every step you take. This place is Earth's memory. Well, more like a space made of pure information, really. The idea to skip past all the vague, hazy memories, get you straight to your destination.
Seems like a huge help, but is that Merlin?
Third time she's asking.
So finally showed us what you really look like.
There's something wrong. Oh, I see. Struck dumb by my true glory, I get it. Very well then. Heap your praise upon me. Even worship me if you like, Muramasa. Been a long time since I've shown up after all. Need to leave as strong an impression as possible given the short time I have.
Oh, I'm not gonna be the one to tell him. This is hilarious.
Good point. Probably shouldn't pry too deeply into this. More importantly, Senpai, that mural over there.
I think it's called the Abyssal Worm?
Oh, I see the priestess's memories projected there. Perfect. It'll take an hour. You'll be traveling to tell you how this all began. This is the story of Britain's lost Belginus, and what precisely the Fairies of Paradise missions entail. Became an ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star path, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, as far back as time can go, 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant fluffy creature. On his shoulder stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The 6 fairies and the god soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean, nowhere to go, and nothing to do. God made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land. The 6 fairies offered the god their joy, and they offered the god their wish. Then they offered the god himself. And so the fairies' wish was granted. Then after their rejoicing ended, they tricked the god into drinking poisoned wine and he died. And so the fairies acquired the god's body. They made the body into land which they could live. They were grateful too, to be able to make use of the crying, screaming animals the dead god left behind. She was thoroughly human, but one simply wasn't enough. So being very careful not to kill her, they cut her to pieces. They cast a spell on her, make sure she wouldn't die no matter what they did, used every last piece of her. Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being. Thus did the great mistake begin. May the first 6 fairies find salvation. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time.
「May the first 6 fairies find salvation. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time."
「May the first 6 fairies find salvation. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cursed for all time. May the first 6 fairies be cu There you have it. You've heard it before. But that's the story of Britain's creation. Any questions?
Is that why?
Indeed, the first 6 fairies, the progenitor of the 6 clans, killed Curnus. The pit you saw on the surface is Curnus' grave. The curse spilling out of it even as we speak is his rage.
Why would the fairies do such a thing?
He was in their way. This all happened 14,000 years ago. When 6 fairies came out from paradise and onto the surface, Earth was already covered in a sea of nothingness. The one who ended up helping the 6 stranded fairies is the Celtic beast god who had come to the surface just like they had. A god who would later be known as Curnus. Curnus and his priestess, the lone human who had managed to survive just like the fairies had, both did their best to protect the fairies. At first, the fairies were grateful for their help. But the sea of nothingness never changed. No matter how much time passed, no land appeared. The fairies blamed Curnus for that. They thought he just wasn't strong enough. What more, they didn't particularly like his priestess. She was constantly telling them to sort themselves out, consider the consequences of their actions. Eventually, the fairies couldn't take it anymore and decided to deal with Curnus permanently. They figured that since they didn't have any land to stand on, they could find a substitute. And since Curnus is so big, they thought his body could serve just fine as a small island. But of course, Curnus was a god. They couldn't kill him easily, came up with a plan and held a festival. They told Curnus they'd be holding the festival in his honor, to worship him and hold a banquet with lots of wine. Curnus was delighted that he was being celebrated for being the fairies' first official god. He probably figured they were trying to change their thoughtless ways. So against his priestess' wishes, Curnus attended the banquet
and was poisoned to death when he drank their wine. Some rejoicing that turned out to be.
What about the priestess? What happened to her?
The fairies used her as the foundation, no, the base ingredients for the humans that came later. The truth is, every human in British Lost Belt's an inferior copy of the priestess who was killed during Britain's genus. At any rate, as A-Ray, the 6 fairies went on to create their own stone and forest children and grow their clans. As time passed, they transformed more and more of Curnus' body in the land. After 100 years, things stopped going quite so well for the fairies. Their children kept dying, turned to fallen trees adrift on the sea. New generations kept being born, so the number of fairies never decreased. And thanks to the humans who had copied from the priestess' cells, Britain slowly developed into a civilization. With civilization came new societal roles. Fairies made new types of fairies. Their forests flourished like never before. But they also kept dying for no reason whatsoever. Eventually, the 6 progenitor fairies realized Curnus' rage was the cause. Even though Curnus' soul was gone, his body wasn't completely dead. In fact, his heart alone still burned, the fire they used to cremate him. Even in his death, Curnus' body continued to smolder with anger and curses. He could very well have come back to life at any time. The fairies were so shocked by this that they fled Curnus' body. Fortunately, that was right around the time their children's corpses were starting to form new ground. The fairies' corpses are essentially made from the same stuff as the planet itself. Fallen trees became earth and stone and quickly filled the sea, as if they were trying to cover up the fairies' sins. That's how the Lost Belt began. That's why the South of Britain uses fairy corpses to grow and expand. After several thousand years, fairies had acquired their very own Britain. And all the while, Curnus' body was still there. A divine grave that would let no ocean fill it, and fallen tree near it. An indelible reminder of the fairies' sins, a reminder that they rejected their corpses. Eventually, the fallen trees blocked off the ocean's water for good. Curnus' body was left behind at the bottom of the sea. That is the true nature of the pit, not actually a pit. It's the remains of a patched up, dried up ocean. Patch of dried up ocean.
An island made by killing a god. Fairy's original sin.
It wasn't just Curnus they killed, but the priestess who served him as well. No, she wasn't just killed, she was desecrated and used as a tool for all these 14,000 years. No wonder Curnus is so pissed. I doubt even killing every fairy in Britain be enough to satisfy him. Although, why he come to surface anyways?
Isn't it kind of narrow-minded to curse the whole damn world just 'cause you got killed, especially after you went out of your way to get involved with the fairies?
It's probably because Curtis was an envoy of paradise and reprimand the fairies. That was the whole reason he came here, to punish them. I don't think his heart was in it though. What his move shows, Curtis is a very kind god by nature. But the fairies might have found him terrifying simply because he existed.
So his whole purpose is going to reprimand the fairies.
That's right. Point where this lost belt diverged from proper in history and its greatest mistake. You see, 14,000 years ago was the greatest turning point for all of humanity. Maybe you heard something about the planetary envoy that almost destroyed Earth's past civilization back in Olympus.
Yes, we did. It was a white civilization destroying giant named Sapphire who fell from a shooting star. Sapphire wiped out countless pantheons and almost destroyed every civilization on Earth. In the end, it was humans who managed to defeat it, not gods. I heard they did it using divine constructs, weapons made in the planet's inner sea meant to combat planetary threats. I also heard the sacred sword Excalibur was the greatest such weapon, that it was created in Britain. That's right, I just realized nobody here has ever mentioned it. The very idea of a sacred sword just doesn't exist in the version of Britain. Must mean Excalibur was never made here.
That's right, and I'm sure I don't have to tell you what happens as a result. In this what-if world, humanity never had the means to defeat Sapphire. That's why they were wiped out. Sapphire destroyed all the planet's landmasses and took them for itself, leaving only a sea of nothingness with few aquatic life forms. So why was the sacred sword never made? Reason for that is both exceedingly simple and unsurprising. Its creator slacked off. The A-ray, that is, the 6 fairies who were supposed to forge it in his planet's inner sea, decided to be okay to take a day off just this once. Went off to have fun. Only once they noticed something had gone wrong with the world and went up to the surface, they realized the consequences of their choices. But they figured there was no changing the path. Because to accept the world's destruction was their fault. So Cronus, the one god who had taken shelter in paradise to keep its priestess safe, sent to reprimand them and make them atone for their sins. Then the fairies killed Cronus and his priestess, the last surviving human. At that point, they could no longer return to the planet's inner sea. Only those free of sin may pass, meaning only fairies without sin can go to paradise. Same for all Britain's fairies. They're all descended from those original 6. None of them can enter the planet's inner sea, so they continue to suffer on an island of sin to atone.
It's a single lasting judgment into the world.
That's right. It all started with the sacred sword never being made. Eventually, fairies chosen from the planet's inner sea were sent to the surface to correct the mistake. First one was Vivian, second one was you, Castor. Your mission is to have the 6 clans admit their mistakes and inherit the mystics needed to create the sacred sword. The bells of pilgrimage indicate the clan heads have accepted their sins. Fairies who ring all of them become the sacred sword itself. But as Morgan, Vivian refused to do that. After all, once the sacred sword is made, the very premise of which this lost bell is built would cease to be. I'm sure you learned about this yourself when you rang the bell in Orkney, Castor. In spite of that, you continue on your path, defeated Morgan, and now you're here with Tiramisu. You must have had to face down so many doubts to come this far. In fact, you may never been entirely free of them. But even so, you're still here. I believe you have what it takes to see this through to the end. Anyways, I know it's a lot of talking. Almost at our destination now. The convictions of the last dragons are waiting up ahead to see if you are qualified to proceed. Only those free of sin may pass.
That sin doesn't refer to the original sin you're born with or the sins you committed in your life thus far. It refers to what you're about to do, your heart's resolve to do, your reason for living, your principle for existence and prosperity. The way to the land of hope will only open for those who demonstrate strength in these regards.
It's gone. Everything on the surface is gone. The sky, the sea, life, everything I've ever seen. My records will never again go in number. I'll never again know new joys. You who would choose the sacred sword's wielder, you who would chant the king's name. If you seek a new world, then leave all traces of the old behind. My name is... I am the last dragon, and who chooses to continue flying above the ground instead of returning to the inner sea. You can overcome these tears. If you can overcome these tears, I will offer my heart to the Forger of Stars.
Oh, I think there's supposed to be more voice.
Let's see. Let's do this. Hello.
私と戦う？何を思い上がっているの？あのザクラス。行きます。今のうちに準備。士族の誇りにかけて食らい尽くしてくれましょう。華麗に戦うぞ。士族の誇りにかけて。
Alright.
ゾいいでしょう。なぶって。
Start off this bout.
咀嚼。命令でしていいでしょう。もちろん。スイッ。しつけがいがあるそうね。
Oh, Jesus. I didn't notice she was almost dead. Shit. Alrighty. Boom, boom, boom.
この剣は傲慢たる士族の証。震えなさい。ブラックドッグカラティーン。
Yeah, get her, Bargath.
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかさすでしょう。アラウンドカイマン。
Interesting. Gonna hit Bargath with this. Gonna use this. And we're gonna go in. Another Brave Chain. And so far, this isn't that bad. Man, I lost Queen's Sky because I got sloppy. It's fine. It's fine. Go! Belly button beam!
もうやだ。
Right, it has ignore invuln. Okay, so that's not gonna really help me with things.
この命令 D でしょ。妖精さん、
I'm just gonna keep wailing into you though.
いいとも。
I think I got you.
ブラックドッテガラティーン。こんなところ。
I got you this turn? I do! Hell yeah!
その目は何だ。
Alright, another Melusine fight. Not really a problem. Just as I said before.
今回はうまくいきました。
They hyped her up so much, but man, Bargith makes a joke out of her. Good job, Bargith.
I can hear the bells tolling. My heart may have stopped, but yours yet beats stronger. Welcome home, Avalon le Fae. May your sounds of hope echo into the future.
That light from outside?
That's right, the entrance to the planet's inner sea. The land of the young. It's here now, unlocked, the eternal spring. The place many life forms have dreamed of finding. Welcome to an Avalon whose time has come. This is where the journey of the planet's birth ends.
Pretty.
So this is Avalon, planets in the sea. This is where proper human history King Arthur is said to have gone after he died.
Well, in the atmosphere, everything's so warm and peaceful.
Right? No such thing as evil in paradise. Separate worlds neither influences nor is influenced by the surface, no matter how apocalyptic things may be up there. All there is here is hope. This place, the workshop that weaves together all possibilities to lead this planet and you guys to a happy ending. That being said, there's still only the remnants of Avalon, a shadow being projected into the British Lost Belt. The tower imprisoned me isn't here. Isn't much mod in the air. No lake with the fairies gathered. Only thing here is a site of selection. The forge where the 6 fairies supposed to create the sacred sword.
Did someone say forge?
Side selection? Something that contains the source selections. Legend of King Arthur? The one that Arthur found when he was still a squire being raised by Sir Ector as Lord Ector's adopted child? The one he pulled the source selection from to demonstrate he was destined to be king?
Thank you, Mash, for that weirdly worded way of introducing the legend of King Arthur. That's probably the part everyone actually knows.
That's right, it basically signifies the same thing. My job is to guide you all there. There, see that altar on the top of that hill? That's your destination. It's only a stone's throw away. You need to pass through a few checkpoints of sorts to reach it. Think of them as Avalon's defense mechanism when final test to make sure everything's in order. Everything the fairy paradise has done to date will appear There is obstacles to be overcome.
And then from the day she was born up till now?
Oh, great. I like this already.
That's right. You'll be going over a scrapbook of her life, so to speak, making sure there are no loose ends. Be a little journey in its own right. One starts in the cold, unforgiving winter and ends in the warm, fun spring. Based on how things go before, it's safe to say the first obstacle will be the hardest for many reasons. There so your job's to remove those obstacles, help the fairy paradise advance. Don't worry, you'll be going from hardship to good time. It'll only get easier the closer you get. Just so that we're all clear, let me repeat the fairy paradise duties to create the second sword. By doing so, the British Lost Belt lose diversion point. Human history will be stabilized once again. Without its true infiniteness, British Lost Belt simply fade away like all the others. Most importantly, the Sacred Sword's creation will lead directly to protection of human history. Whereas Britain, to mix its proper human history, as all of the world never had the Sacred Sword, will close off the route you have to take to defeat the foreign god. And again, the foreign god can't stop the collapse either, so you'll both be screwed there. Anyways, I think that's everything you need to know. Any questions?
To make the Sacred Sword Artori's duty. Come on, Timothy, why so glum? It's okay, it's nothing to worry about. I'm still a child of prophecy, remember? This is the moment I've been working towards all this time. Ring all the bells so I can come here. Besides, it's my duty to not ring the fourth bell, not me. Plan to come here alone since Cotton Roy was coordinated. So don't worry about anything else, okay? Besides, Candalia needs one of them divine constructs things too, right? Oh, better hurry. Gotta protect Britain I grew up in. You guys are gonna take back the world you grew up in. I need to do this to make both those things happen, and it's time to get to it, that's all. This will be the end of our journey. I'm not giving our pilgrimage been so much fun. Now come on, Tamasu, let's head to the sort selection. So it's not every day you're gonna get to Avalon, so let's make the most of it. Just watch my back until it's over, okay?
Man, this sure is a huge flower garden. Couldn't be more different from Britain's burning to the ground. The fact that it's called the land of the young must mean there's plenty of food to go around, and people have all the time they could want, right? Yeah, it makes sense there's no war animosity here. Not much reason to do anything bad if you don't gotta take anything from anyone to have what you need. That's true. Have everything you need, there's no void for you to fill. It's another way this place is very different from the British Lost Belt. Literally had to build by filling the sea with bodies of dead fairies. Speaking of which, it's a good time to tell you about what's going on the above ground. Prophecy may have said there are two calamities, a red and a black one. Actually, though, there's no limit to the number of calamities, remember that. New calamities continue to appear as long as the source remains. Calamities will never go away until Curnus, the being continuously punishing the fairies for the sin, is truly vanquished. Furthermore, thanks to Morgan's hard work, the fairies born in the land of the Fae can migrate to proper human history. That means the calamities won't be contained in Britain. They'll spread into and then all across the bleached world until nothing remains of proper human history. It'll basically be a smaller scale version of the King Mage incineration of humanity. You guys need to defeat every last one of the calamities before that happens.
I see. We can't let Cornus' curse spread any further. You stop his calamities while they're still contained in Britain.
Exactly. The calamity burning out Britain right now is actually the great calamity that's supposed to happen 1,000 years ago. Morgan averted that calamity by passing it on to a Fang clan fairy. Bargath, the leader of the Black Dogs. She's not the fairy you knew anymore. Now burning all Britain as the Black Calamity, the calamity of the beast. Bargath. That was all foreseeable. She's born. Child of calamity, after all. It was Morgan who sealed the fate away by gifting her a name. Said that as long as Bargath was Gawain, she would never become a mythical hound. Even and that could only go so far. Bargath was already at her limit, even without you guys defeating her. Honestly, it's impressive she lasted as long as she did. It won't be easy to hear, but you need to understand. Once you get back to the surface, you'll have to fight more than just Coronus. Like I said, you can't afford to let the calamities leave Britain. Letting some fairies migrate to property in history was a nice idea. Unfortunately, in Bargath's case, that was never an option. As for the other calamities, Coronus, not one you could fight without having to feel bad or to worry. His soul was shattered 14,000 years ago. Now he's just a corpse that's not quite done dying. Sad he's still a very powerful god. His flesh has grown thick enough over these millennia to rival Albion's spirit cavern. Cursed lair is equivalent to 400 kilometers worth of geological stratum, whatever that word was. You'll need the God of Wisdom's curse, dispelling all the fighting forces they can muster. A divine construct made specially to combat Coronus. Even then, they'll just be able to scrape by. Thinking about it, honestly, may not stand a chance. I can't help you either. I can't leave this place. Best I can do is show you the way. Oh man, really hoping to avoid the story ending in total annihilation.
So not even you have a plan after we came all this way.
I know, right? If only we had a Godslayer weapon lying around somewhere.
Well, we do. We have a perfect trump card for taking on Coronus. In fact, it's a piece of cake. Really? Where's that trump card? It's Mormosa.
Say what?
Come on, don't you remember? You told us you cut your god if you came across. In fact, you were bragging about how you caught a gigantic one clean half in that Olympus place. So there's no reason you can't do the same here. Since you didn't do anything noteworthy in Camelot, this will be your chance to clean your name.
Oh yeah, more mouse on our side.
Well, sure, if you really want me to, I can try to cut him down.
Hey, see? I can do it. Goes to show you, never hurts to ask.
Sheesh, you're finally letting yourself be selfish, and that's the first thing you say. Jesus! Like, that's my first selfish ask. Go cut down a god. Yeah, sure. I said I'd try, okay? Don't get your hopes up. Not sure how much I can do against that thing.
What if we gave you Excalibur?
Tempting.
Oh, well there she went.
Artoria?
Master, Artoria just disappeared. It's one of the checkpoints you mentioned, Merlin?
Yep, the first. Facing her own memories now. And while she's doing that, you guys need to fight and defeat those.
Why? Why is it like this? I see. We have Avalon wyverns.
Close but no cigar. Come on, get your head in the game. The radical abstract embodiments of Artoria's winter memories. She'll never be able to leave those memories till you defeat them. And they shouldn't pose any major threat to you now that you've come this far. Go on, give them a good thrashing. I'll fight too, of course. It's been ages since I last showed up after all. Plus, I've been wanting to see how much stronger you've gotten up close in person. Up close and in person.
Alright. And 3 in the front. You two follow up. Jean the Bond Farm, because I'm sure it won't come to this. Just in case, I'm going to give you guys your suitable ones here. There we go. Alright, let's do this.
Oh, hey, look. 6 enemies. All with guts. Well then, let's get started.
この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃない？折れんなよ。
落ち着いて。
お望みのままに。神髄解明、完成理念収束、鍛造技法臨界。これが俺のつぶかい村正だ。
That wasn't as strong as I was hoping.
先に行く。いいとも。
私は最悪の席に立つ。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよ、ロード・キャメロット。
そう。もう。
Alright.
小さな幕品田姫、あの辺りか。
Muramasa? Go for it.
壁もなく城もなく、降り注ぐ始まりの空。魂の愛を見せようか。なでなアバロン。そこにいたのはあまたの剣さん。気づきに気づいた刀塚。八重垣作るは戦闘よりか。知ったら成仏していきな。
Alright, I've got an overkill on this guy. And now we did. He dead! Alright. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, Mash, get it! Well, right, Muramasa first. Maybe we should have sent Merlin afterwards. I forgot they all have deaths. Because Merlin's gonna have a weaker hit on that. Alright, Muramasa, have at it!
品田姫を神、あの辺りか。そこに至るはあまたの剣さん。気づきに気づいた刀塚。八重垣作るは戦時の刃。知ったら成仏していきな。
Nothing will remain. Oh, I guess something will remain. Fuck.
そう。
Oh, there went Mash.
Then nothing will remain now. We'll deal with this.
あまり悩ませぬ全て道がよろしい。目に打つ。よく言いました。
Muramasa, I'll need you to finish off the last one.
そう、いいでしょう。私の足元で許しを請います。落ちよ、ロードレス・キャメロット。死になさい。何を喜んでいるのです。私が出たのです。勝利は約束されていたはずです。
I don't know why, those things felt awful to fight.
Not actually all that surprising. Those are Castor's most painful memories given physical form. We have no way of knowing what they are. But by defeating them, we felt some of the same feelings that inspire in her.
Why'd you all go? It disappeared on me out of nowhere. I was really worried.
Hey, you disappeared. We've been here fighting off weird Moors and... Now, more muscle, a good time. There's absolution she needs to perform to enter the life selection. We have obstacles to remove. Only have 3 more of these to go. Let's just take them one at a time. Whatever we have to say can wait till after we reach the site of selection.
So what do we do any fighting this time? Sounds good to me. Come on, let's keep going. What if I close my eyes? This is where I'll be. Didn't matter if I was awake or asleep. I'd still be suffering from the frigid wind. Howling. Wind strong enough to shatter your ears. Nothing to protect me. My body feels cold as ice. Surrounded by pitch darkness. Nothing for warmth. No hope of escape. It's how I grew up. For me, Britain was pure hell. Prophecy was true. She'll be our salvation. She'll be our absolution. She is a savior washed upon a shore along the name Artoria. May you grow healthy and strong to the age of 16. May the Queen's soldiers never find you. Now go on, hurry. Hurry and greet your 16th birthday. We have complete faith in you, which is why you must give everything you have for us. Small newborn fairy washed ashore on a boat loaded with all kinds of treasure. What an incredible stroke of luck! This girl must be the child of prophecy.
What a horrible omen. The High Queen finds out about her. We'll all be done for.
Village opinions were split right down the middle. They all agreed on what should be done.
At least the child of prophecy should be useful. We'll raise her ourselves until she turns 16. But she's the fairy of paradise, right? I don't like her. I'm sure she's gonna mock us.
She doesn't deserve a proper house.
What do humans do with creatures like that again?
I know, they raise them as livestock.
We can make her a lovely little stable.
The other villagers will never find out about her if we say we're raising a horse. We can keep the child of prophecy all for ourselves.
Fairies at Tindangle treated me as a precious resource. I almost no magical energy made them all worry about me. Been 4 years since she got here, and she's still barely any magical energy. Poor thing, may as well be a human. Can't believe she still can't do anything impressive. I'm worried she'll be able to survive like this. I know we need to train her. We need to be harder on her, methodical with her. You didn't give her time to sleep. Forgive us, Castor. It's all for your own good. The way you are now, you can't even dream of being the child of prophecy. We don't have any time for dreams. We really need to have her grow at least a little. We can barely tell her apart from a human. No one will believe she's a child of prophecy like this, not even when she turns 16. Who cares if she can defeat the queen or not? All that matters is that she's valuable. It doesn't matter whether she's a real child of prophecy or not, she just has to look the part so we can get rich. Why else would we bother taking in the fairy of paradise? We just have to make sure she doesn't die. We don't have to worry about her running away. She's much too weak to do that. But these fairies didn't know my Fae eyes still worked. However much I wished I couldn't. I always saw the true feelings kept to themselves. Deep down they all feared and loathed me. Fairies that feared me believed in the child of prophecy with all their heart and worked me like a slave. Fairies that loathed me hated the fairies of paradise and abused me without a second thought.
Aside from that, all anyone ever felt for me was indifference. I was considered a precious resource, but treated like I wasn't even there. I couldn't blame them for that. All I knew what my duty was to bring salvation to the fairies of Britain, to free them from their suffering, to save them in the true sense of the word. I, even as a child, understood what fulfilling my duty would mean the end of Britain as it existed near. I could deal with the slave driving, the abuse and disinterest, because I knew the reasons behind them. That sound was too much to hear. Asleep or awake, there was never a time I didn't hear it. Hows of deceit, hows of self-interest, hows of selfishness, hows of envy, sounds I could never shut out, sounds of fairies' true feelings. It's enough to make me lose track of where I was meant to go. I'll hear bells ringing, tell me to go on a pilgrimage to save the fairies. Honestly, this sounds depresses me too. I know it's supposed to be an honourable mission. How in the world am I supposed to save fairies like that? Yeah, die! That's all I'm at in the nearby field again. Hard at work on my training. I used another day of close quarters combat practice with staff selection, right with me all about as a weapon. Can't use anything like fatal mags, the only thing I can do as staff is bot people. Here! 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 Hello? It was an early afternoon, was 6 a.m. I just collapsed from exhaustion. On melee combat trains, the only time I had myself once the villagers kept an eye on me left, figuring I was so weak I wouldn't be able to escape anyways. Huh? This is my voice trailing off.
Nasty. The fairies of your place are pretty horrible, you know that?
You just talk, Steve.
No, I'm not the staff selection, just a nosy old busybody. I just couldn't take how awful Tindangle is anymore, how sickening it is to see you doing everything they tell you. I just had to say something. No, I swear, I wasn't planning on getting involved. No, I just don't think I have a choice. Listen up, I'm Merlin, the Mage of Flowers. Going to be your teacher from now on, don't forget it.
That was how I met Merlin, or at least his voice come from the staff selection. That was how I began studying to be a mage. So, oh yeah. Magecraft? I know about that. Queen Morgan uses that. What exactly is it? What exactly are you going to teach me?
What do you mean? Magecraft, of course. Merlin Magecraft. Trust me, it's really something.
Hey, will you let me fly like a bird? Like zoom, whoosh, pachow!
Flying? You like to fly, huh? Pretty tall order for your first spell.
Don't know how to fly? What, are you some kind of quack?
Oh no, I can fly easily. I'm the amazing Merlin. Let's hold off on that one for now. Not even the Wind Clan can fly after all. The sky is the dragon's domain. Only precious few upper-class fairies can go there. So for your first spell, start with something closer to home. Something that would make your life easier. Tell me, something you could use right now that would make you happy.
Well, I guess I like if the night time was warmer. My house gets really cold, even freezes over in the winter. I actually lost 2 toes last year because of that. I haven't told anyone though, too embarrassing.
Got it. I'll start getting a lesson ready for you right away. Just give me 3, no 2 days to find some teaching materials.
Merlin taught me all sorts of spells.
Heating, detection, healing, linguistics, camouflage, lockpicking, stealth attacks, explosives, obstacles. Every time I expressed interest in learning a new spell, he'd say, "So I can't today, you'll have to wait until the next lesson." And then we make magecraft items together. Those lessons form the foundation of my learning in magecraft. Looking back on it, must have had to change the spells a lot just so I could use them with my tiny pool of magical energy. So why you teach me all this whenever British fairy hates me?
Because I'm not a British fairy. Sorry, just kidding. The fact is, you are the fairy to paradise, no matter what the fairies of your village think. Eventually, most fairies will come to follow you. When they do, you'll need to be the ideal, no, the kind of savior that everyone dreams of. A fantastical savior.
Fantastical?
That's right, you'll need to be a character straight out of a children's story. Everyone has different fantasies. Some want a strong king, some a kind king, some a scary king, and so on. Your job's to be able to be all those things. You need to inspire hopes and dreams, or rather bring them all together. Everything wants something different. A single name would only get in the way. That's why you need to be a nameless king, someone who stands at the edge of the world rather than its center, and serves as a beacon of hope for others just by the virtue of existing, being starlight shining with possibilities. That's the kind of king I know I'd like you to become. The kind that can inspire people from the top castle walls, no matter the time or place.
Can all really be all that?
Sure you can. Might be impossible in reality. Anything's possible in fantasy. And people have always had a way of making fantasy become reality. So our futures we thought we could only dream of eventually stop being dreams.
There is be talkative, a lot of fun to be around. It only lasted for a year. Fairy girl saw me laughing in the field and brought me to the village elder. He responded by taking away Steph's selection until I turned 16 and set out on my journey. Then on every day was more painful than the last.
That seems like a really dumb move.
That's the end of my winter memories.
Oh no, she's happy and learning magecraft, which we kinda need her to do. To be the child of prophecy. Yeah, fairies are stupid. Let's switch you guys around here. And you can farm. And then there was these assholes. Alright, almost got him. Let's see.
夢のように片付けこの辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか
Alright, let's go.
了解押し切ります
This.
適当にやっとくわ
Then. Alright, let's, yeah, we'll do this, I'll finish them with that, and then we'll hit the next one. This should, alright, yep, pop the guts, there it goes. Skadoosh! They keep sealing Mash's MP, damn. Man, Vuki, you're just not having any good luck over here.
ステータスこれで耐えます はい
いいとも
落ち着いて ターゲット
Nice hit, Mash.
へえそう落ち着いてそうなの落ち着いてザバ
お望みのままにいいともそうですどうぞ柄ではないんだけどね
Alright.
お見事な采配です先輩
This happened when I was 12 years old.
So you're 12 now? Nothing well ago this fall? Right, I think it's time to set you on errand. A little worried about letting you go alone, but you are stronger now that you can use magecraft. You know what your Cape is, yes? The Neckclad Fairy living there. I'm lucky to bring this to him. Just make sure you're back by nightfall.
No way. Could that house be? There's no mistaking it. The old house on top of the cape was an iron thing pot. Artisan workshop like Merlin had told me about. Kind of place at the very top of my bucket list. Kind that couldn't be found tin dangle. It's a smithy. Oh, cool! Wow, it's amazing! Even though I don't know what I'm thinking at the time. I couldn't have acted more suspicious if I tried. Probably looked like a burglar. So it was no surprise when...
Oi, what are you doing here, gal? I'm trying to get your head split open.
Yeah. Our first meeting couldn't have gone worse. His name was Hector. He was a blacksmith on the Earth Clan. He was an eccentric who was living on the Cape for 100 years. Everyone in the village feared him. He was really stubborn, kind of scary looking. Like his true friend. He never once lied to me.
That leather patch was from Tendago. You want to try to steal my iron? You're bringing me some.
Not a burglar, huh? That's from the dang ladder. Or that? I can't hear you. Speak up. Enunciate. Louder.
Hector's ear was poor, so I had to be really loud if I wanted him to hear me. What more, he hated fairies, both his inner voice and outward dripping pitch-back hatred. He's gonna kill me if I stay here too long. Usually he's gonna split my head up with that hammer. My excitement of being a real smithy gone, I decided to leave the eldest package and beat a hasty retreat. Then,
Oi, let me get a good look at you. You're the child of prophecy, aren't you? I see. It's really been 12 years since Anastil made a prophecy. Head back to your village. No place for a young gal. I'll live out in the backwaters so I don't have to see anyone. Don't you ever come here again. Got it? I don't have time to deal with the child of prophecy.
yes sir, sorry for the interruption. In a panic I made my way out of his house, just avoiding the hammer he threw my way, and from the cape straight back to the village. Steps were slow and plodding, with even less pep than usual. I came back.
And I'll tell you, stay away. What are you doing here? Why don't you listen to me? Every fairy there fights actually a bull and maybe a bear. Don't touch that. That's process I heard. They'll give any fairy touched it awful hot. Looks like you're okay. I see. Might look like a Wind Clan fairy, actually with the Demon Ball clan.
Of course, there's no such thing as a Demon Ball clan.
And you're not afraid of iron or the forge, huh? What? Not interested in them? I see. I see.
I just realized I can't believe I was this dumb on my first playthrough. His name's Hector. That's the same name as King Arthur's adopted father. Fuck. Can't believe I missed that.
Again, are you? I doubt anyone else in that village want to spare time with me. If it's rubbish! Know that has lots of pockets. That seems to finish horrible. Here, give your elder a message from me. Tell him I'll give him a discount if he sends someone to help me.
Really? Hector's that mine?
Don't call me Hector. Just grab old Smithy, it's fine. You better be here every day to help out. Got that? Yeah. I know, taught you how to hold a tool, but you're doing it all wrong. Gotta hurt yourself that way. Gotta learn the fundamentals. And have you dying in a shop accident ruin my reputation. Oh, if you're really interested in learning what it takes to be a smith, I can teach you. Don't expect me to pay you. If anything, you ought to be paying me for these lessons. I'll put it all in the tab so you can pay me back when you make it big.
So I began studying in a new field in preparation for my journey as a child of prophecy. Hector was rough and intimidating. He was also excelled at fine craftsmanship and intricate at ornamentation. A year after I started helping him, I learned that Hector was famous in circles as Master Smith. I found out that he didn't take the job from other villages in southwest Britain. He also occasionally got special orders from big cities like Salisbury, Oxford, and as far off as Manchester, for example.
Excuse me, is Sir Hector in?
It was the first time a customer had shown up personally at Hector's workshop. I tried to give her a proper welcome so it would reflect well on Hector.
Sir Hector, oh yeah, I'm going. I sent you an order some time ago.
I didn't know if it was intentional. She just couldn't hear me. She ignored me completely.
Oh, so you're Gawain, huh? Never thought I'd see you another time then. I can see a strong one. Ought to be able to handle this armor then. All ready to go in the back room if it's alright. Pack it up for you today. Give me a handle to you. Make sure you don't drop it. It ain't cheap.
No need for that. If it fits well, just wear it out.
I see. Alright, go with me then. I'll try you stay here and tidy up.
Heard the clatter of water from being put all in the back, along with Hector and the fairy's conversation. Apparently she was an amazing upper-class fine clan fairy who had been chosen to become a Tomlin. It's also well known in Gloucester's social circles and political manners, as strong as she was tall. She obviously had enough money to buy a silver armor Hector had been working on for the last 4 years. For some reason I found myself getting angry. It's fantastic work, Sir Hector. I'm grateful you are here to do it.
I feel the charm. Anyone I've had since I came here?
Really? I was thinking arson of your skill easily find work anywhere. I necessarily may suggest mine said he still lacks size for smithy. If you think you might be in on board to moving there. What the hell is she on about? Did you hear that? It sounded like a bullfrog or maybe a knot cray.
I had this, you idiot. Do you know she's a Tomlin?
But, come on, Grubble, who the hell does she think she is? Trying to persuade you to move away? I know I had something of a foul mouth by that point. Blame Marilyn for that. Still, I was really pissed so I marched up to Tomlin, glared at her, hoping to make her leave. Hey, you must be Sir Hector's apprentice. I can understand how you feel. I'll be sad to part ways to trust him into as well. I'm therefore willing to forgive this outburst. But regardless, don't talk to me again until you've grown up some. When he was tall as I am, it's a little of a pain in the neck to talk to smaller people. Not that I imagine it of your size. Anyone of your size could ever begin to understand what it's like. With the Tomlin up and left. It's clear she had forgotten all about me the moment she stopped speaking to me. I seen John Hector's oar slipped inside Gawain. It said Borgith. Some weird curse kept me from reading it, but since I always tell when someone's lying, I could see through it. Gotta remember that name. You'll see if I do.
Not bad. I ran out of things to teach you in only 4 years. Apprentice or not, you're a fully fledged smith now. Not much we can do about your lack of magical energy, though. How are things at the village fairies? Still believe you're the child of prophecy?
Things are about the same as ever. Half the village still doesn't believe I am. Everyone wants to send the child of prophecy on a way, though, so things more or less work out. How about you, Grandpa? You really think I'm the child of prophecy?
Why, it's me. I couldn't care less about Tinangle. Now go gather some sand from the beach. You make a lord jewellery starting tomorrow. Festival coming up in Cape Sif Village soon. Order a bunch of cheap trinkets.
Hector was very good with his hands. In addition to weapons, armor, and household items, he also made jewellery. His workbench always covered different kinds of ornaments and accessories. He said they were just cheap trinkets meant to fool children, but for someone like me, who'd ever only had one outfit to call their own, might as well have been the crown jewels. They glittered like stars in the night sky, red, blue, green, sometimes even yellow. Apparently I had a habit of stopping what I was doing, gazing at the barrettes, or berets, they were all arranged on the workbench. One day, on my second autumn helping there, Hector saw me absorbing them and said,
"You want one, go ahead. I'll take one to keep for reference. I'm right off with the margin of error."
For Smith, the margin of error refers to products are cracked or broken in the process of making something. Called Hector would never make something defective. Kind enough to offer me one anyways to encourage me. But thanks, but no thanks. I brought something of my own back. I just take it away again. I was through the offer to me. I wanted so much to accept that my vision blurred with tears. The fairies of Tindango approved with the staff selection. I could never have anything I really cared about. Still, it did help me remember a conversation I had when I was younger. It was with Merlin when I was recklessly working day and night to try and move things along as fast as I could. Man, certain things that should have disappeared long ago stick around, like those narrow-minded fairies keep trying to control you. It's the worst. Everyone in Britain's so awful now. Just kidding. If that's how you feel, Tori, you should say so.
Oh, this is the friend.
It's okay to
and what you want. You don't have to deny yourself. Now, what is it you want most right now? Don't be embarrassed. Just tell me.
We'll spare the Lord enemy smithereens. Here, like this.
I see. Your tool can charge magical energy. A spell you can use to make gunpowder explode. This is dangerously close to magical terrorism. Then again, no telling when or where the Black Dog might come after you. Okay, I'll try putting together a little recipe. Give me 3, no, 6 days, okay? Let's see, I think there was a smith in Norwich with an expert in this sort of thing.
You're so cold and helpful, Merlin. I bet you've been on a lot of dates, haven't you?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't really understand much about the whole love business. A lot like food for me. Instead of thinking about my companion, all I think about is what it tastes like. Kinda why neither fairies nor humans ever had much love for me. Then at once I was suddenly thrust to a role where I had to be romantic. I ended up being better at it than anyone else. Honestly, I'm more unsure about what they say about me than anyone. I don't have a single...
So you don't have a single lover, even though you're the maid of flowers? Aren't you lonely?
Maybe, though probably not too much, since I didn't realize it until he said something. Not something I ever worried about. Always knew it'd be forever out of reach. That said, for me, studying magecraft, looking for a way to save Britain and finding a lover are all basically the same.
What do you mean?
What I mean is it might be lonesome to look for a star you know doesn't exist. Also kind of fun.
Then on the morning of 10/16, village fairies all gathered in town square and told me,
I want to see proof. Proof that you're really the child of prophecy. The blacksmith who lives in the cliff is an imperial god. You're the only one he's not wary of. You're the only one he trusts. If you're truly the fairy destined to save Britain, then kill him for us.
Please, please, we're so anxious, all every day, filled with fear. So go on, prove you can protect us by taking care of him.
That's the end of my little memories.
Oh, aren't you a big one?
よし戦いだ苦手だけど全力で行こうか妖精がなんだってんだやることは変わらねえよ調子は悪くねえな何事もやればできるさお前さん夢のように片付け屈指なあの辺りかお望みのままに
Alright. Alright, let's cut on through. This big ass bitch.
Alright, next. Use this. Tank up. Rock this. Rock this. There we go.
それはすべての傷、すべての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。 権限せよロードキャメロット
That should lower what he's doing.
そうです
Alright, now boom, boom, boom.
先に行く
Another Lord Camelot.
それは全ての傷全ての
Followed by
栄光を癒す
Merlin's Double Phantasm.
権
Some
限せよ
heals, some MP charge, some crit stars going on.
キャメロット
Hopefully speed things along. Garden of Avalon, that's what it is.
楽園の端から君に聞かせよう罪なき者のみ通るがいいガーデン・オブ・アバロン
I got shit.
了解はい
あの辺りか
Buster!
ターゲットや
Nice hit, Smash.
Alright, let's do this.
先に行く
Pure Arts Brave Chain.
真髄解明完成人間収束
May not be as amped up as usual, but this should still be effective.
スムカリ村正だわかったてめえとは距離が合わねえよ
Man, I wish I had that last turn. I could have if I activated my cooldown.
小野沢
Alright.
そうです
Oh, I just noticed we're putting a lot of permanent debuffs on him.
柄ではないんだけどね
倒れません
Let's see.
やることは変わらねえよさてやることは変わらねえよ櫛灘姫を神にさ先に俺あの辺りだ
Let's do it like this.
そこに至るはあまたの研鑽気づきに気づいた刀塚
Disappear.
戦士の刃知った成仏していきなわかったてめえとは反りが合わねえよ この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないかお前夢のような片付け櫛灘姫を神にするいいと思う
Alright, another one.
完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界これが俺のスムカリ
Really put a handle on this thing.
星の宇宙に物見の楽園の端から君に聞かせよう罪なき者のみ通るガーデン・オブ・アバロンそうです
ステータスこれでタイム倒れません了解落ち着いて
いいとも
落ち着いて
Get him, Mash.
そうです
シン落ち着いて落ち着いてそれは全て
Come
の
on.
傷全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷権限せよロードキャメロット
Alright, and then... Good job.
嬢ちゃんの面倒も大変だな。な
Well,
んで前に出たがるのかね。
that took longer than I liked.
It did for all of us. Apparently, the Earth Clan fairy living in the Cape used to be one of Queen Morgan's imperial guards a long time ago. Village fairies' word was genuine. They really did believe that killing Hector would keep the village safe. So they closed in around me and begged me in all sincerity, please kill him.
Please kill him. Kill him for us. If you really are the child of prophecy, then kill the Queen's agent for us.
Would have been almost impossible to refuse. Like I always took the easy way out and so. Okay, I will. I'm child of prophecy after all. Decided to do what they wanted me. Went off to kill my friend. That's why I said I could never have anything I really cared about. I'll have to kill him. 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 If I don't kill him, they'll think I'm an imposter and they'll kill me instead. Easy snakeheads, detector hard of hearing. Sleeping on a stone bed, completely defenceless. In my hand a rusty iron knife. Fairies had given me. Truth is, it wasn't impossible for me to refuse. I was just scared. Scared of being called an imposter. Scared of getting beaten for being useless. Scared that my life so far had been for nothing. So, I got so fed up and angry I brought the knife down as hard as I could. Oh well, maybe things will work out. I sheathed the now chipped knife and walked in the dark path back to the village. I was practically trembling with fear. I also knew the village fairies were simple folk. Some were strangely optimistic that I'd get out of this as long as I explained everything.
Don't let her fool you. She didn't kill the blacksmith. I was watching the whole time. She didn't do anything to him. She just cut one of his helmets. That's not all. I know her magecraft fake too. It's all just smoke and gunpowder. She's not the child of prophecy. She's not special at all. Oh wait, the friend was somebody else.
What did you say? Is that true? She couldn't kill the Imperial Guard. She wouldn't kill one of Morgan's agents.
Then she can't be the child of prophecy. I knew it didn't make sense.
I tried to run away. Good fairies were all stronger than me and had more magical energy too.
Grab Castor! Grab the liar! Hand her over to Woodrose's executioners, the child of prophecy imposter!
Who caught me in no time and threw me in an underground jail. Fairies who accused me of smiling so smugly, so triumphantly. But I wasn't surprised. Whenever she talked to me claiming to be my friend, she was consumed with envy and doubt. She wasn't a bad person. It was just fairy nature. Even when you know someone's objectively worse off than you are. You just can't help but be jealous when they're treated like they're special. After that, life in the village became very hectic. Woodrose's executioners, a horrific group of soldiers, went around capturing fairies suspected of being in charge of prophecy, take them to the castle. They arrived in Tendango in 3 days. Wait for them myself till then.
So, you've finally shown your true colors. Can't wait to hand you over to the High Queen. I never believed you were the child of prophecy. No way a fairy like you could be High Savior.
I don't want to hand you over to Woodrose, but everyone else says that's what needs to be done with imposters. But is it really so important?
So, it's awful. That thing has come to this. We were so close, so very close.
Then I suppose always too much to hope for.
This village would have disappeared the year you washed up on shore if you hadn't come along. You and the treasure that was your boat gave us hope, but now the treasure's all gone. Soon our village will be. And then again, if we all tell Woodrose you're the genuine article, maybe we can still get a sizable reward.
I'm sorry, Castor. I tried to talk the others out of it. I really did. It's so sad things have turned out this way, too. Really did do your best for us.
All the fairies came to visit me in jail, each for their own reasons. Fairies attend angle divide a rock down the middle in support of the Queen, supporters of the Child of Prophecy. The fact I was in jail must mean the pro-Queen fairies had gained a number of advantage. No fairies left who could rescue me. There were some who were willing to look the other way if I escaped. Figured that was enough. Either way, everything hinged on what would happen in 3 days. I would have one last chance to escape after they left me out of jail, right before they handed me over to the executioners. Made sure to stay in shape so I could run whenever I needed to. Kept constant eyes out for opportunities. Better believe I'm going to escape. Been trying my whole life to go on this pilgrimage. Can't let it end before it even begins. Hearing commotion outside, I thought the executioners had come and readied myself to escape.
So you're still alive, huh? Guess not even these fairies are that stupid.
Hector, what are you doing here? What happened to you?
What is? Don't worry about it. I had to beat a few fairies to get up here. But never mind that. You've got to go. Here, put this on. No helmet. This hat should help protect your head and hide your face at least a little.
What do you mean? It helped me escape. Oh, this hat's so cute and stylish. I knew you had a good taste, Hector.
Stay with the compliments. Here, what is back for you?
It was always yours anyways. The Stafford selection had been taken from me when I was a child. 9 years ago. They'd gone by since I last saw it. I still felt like an extension of my body. Though sadly, it looked like it had long since lost Merlin's flippant voice.
Hey, Order! Oh, Harry! I'll be long for all those executioners.
Hector?
Don't call me by that name. Only brings you bad luck. I took out the guards. No one's here soon. I need to get you out of here before it's still dark. With as fast far and fast you can. If you can make yourselves very plains.
What was that? It's come from outside. At that time, I could only imagine the executioners had come to set the village on fire.
Can't believe this. They said they would cut down the number of mouse fight for the winter. Killing each other over it. Not just stupid, it's downright pitiful.
What's going on here? Why the fairies who called us killing each other? Who's in charge here? Where's the Child of Prophecy?
Please stand back, Lord Woodrose. These fairies have all gone mad. We can't question them now. What would you have us do, sir?
Damn it, bloodthirsty fools! Baton wielders, exterminate the residents! Spear wielders, guard the exits! Can't let any of them escape now! Don't bother putting out the fires until the fairy's been dealt with! I'll make sure you capture any fairy who could be the Child of Prophecy alive! Her Majesty's orders!
No! I didn't have any particular plan. Heck, I didn't have any time to think. Just as I was about to make a run for town square to try and rescue anyone.
Stop, Victoria. You never make it in time. Now you get away from here now. Besides, why would you want to help them? They were going to sell you away.
I know, but they were still fairies I grew up with. They might have lied to me almost non-stop my entire life. That didn't mean I could just abandon them.
You fool. Just come with me, damn it. They're here for the Child of Prophecy. Once you're gone, there won't be a reason for the executioners to be here anymore. Once we reach the cab of the force, you can do whatever you want.
Grandpa took my hand and ran.
Hey, there we are. You can go and rest the way alone. Fought some Woodrose soldiers in the way, so it won't be long. One more shut up. You need to get away from here before they do.
What about you, Grandpa? I don't suppose you could come with me.
No, I can't. I still have work left to do. Once I'm sure you'll have escaped, I'll be heading right back to my forge on the Cape, and that'll be that. Having nothing but trouble, yeah? Don't visit me again.
But Hector, you're...
I couldn't help it. I could see his kind-hearted eyes. I could see the deep wounds in his side, though hidden with his clothes. I could see his strong back was practically been cut to ribbons. I could see his failing heart would stop entirely once I took my eyes off him.
Right. Paradises are really are pain, aren't you? They're just done for. The executioners are here. Hold your head high. Grip your staff tight. Now's the time to begin your journey, Artoria. Remember, no matter what anyone says, even if you don't believe it yourself, you are the child of prophecy. Could have killed me that night, but you didn't. That's who you really are. No matter how much Britain rejects you, how much the fairies shun you, or even how much weaker you are than them, you're still a better choice for savior than anyone. I don't think you ever realised this yourself. You're just not capable of getting angry for your own sake. Besides, you're the spitting image of her. A stubborn sore loser who keep getting in trouble no matter how many times she keep getting back up no matter how many times she falls. For I know you'll see your chosen path through to the end.
No, I want to go back to the forge, live with you at the Cape. It'd be way more fun. Besides, once I turn 17, prophecy won't be true anymore. I won't make any more trouble for you. That dream never come true. Never even heard what I wanted to say.
Oh, he was the knight. Shit, I never realized that either.
I didn't know what Grandpa was. Why he did so much for me. All I know is the heartbeat I could still hear today. Instead of my own still living heart. Right. That's right. The one thing I have going for me, my ability to quickly cheer up, no matter how many times I'm brought down. Secured my new hat atop my head and gripped the staff selection tight. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you for raising me until I was turned 16. The Fair of Paradise. I'm the one meant to bring Britain the salvation it really needs. So I'm going to begin my pilgrimage now, just like you wanted me to. That was easier said than done. I'd forget beginning my pilgrimage. Couldn't even get anyone to take me seriously. Tried to meet with the head of the Wind clan in Salisbury, but only turned me away at the door. I tried doing a few odd jobs in response to demands that I prove I was child of prophecy, but
Which holes the woods did you crawl out of? Your clothes are a mess, and almost no magical energy.
At least you're a decent worker. Nice job taking care of the moors on the highway. I don't know how many centuries it'll take you, but hey, good luck saving Britain.
We don't need the child of prophecy here anyways, girlie. We have Lady Aura looking out for us.
The fairies are waiting for the child of prophecy. Don't let them fool you. They're just pretending. Fairies latch onto anything that seems like fun or even just whatever's trendy. Nobody actually wants or believes in the child of prophecy. Well, love it if Morgan went away, but her aside, we're happy with the way things are now.
after being left off, these minders few take me from west to east and back again. Fooling myself to thinking that starting with smaller villages yield better results than big cities. I went around the forest visiting all kinds of places, no different. And where I went, people laughed at me, used me, and dropped me like so much garbage. On the surface, they were all for the child of prophecy. On the inside, isn't there anything more fun to do? Now we see, the whole lot of room was about child of prophecy. The actual shop world is just a big pain. I had no one to teach me, no companion to commiserate with. Every fairy in Britain hated me the second they laid eyes on me, and humans had no love for fairies either. All I could do was travel alone. This is hard, really hard. Soon by depression, decided to go to the Nameless Woods. I didn't have a particular plan in mind. I just wanted to be someone other than myself, even if only for a little while. The curse of the Nameless Woods didn't even affect fairies in paradise. So much for that. So I just pretended I've lost my memories. Went off to the newcomer's tent to soak. Then a new fairy was carried in. Mash? She had lost her memories in such bad shape, physically and mentally, felt like I had to help her. Next of all, I thought, she's forgotten about the child of prophecy. There's a chance we could be friends. The end of my summer memories. This is it. Finally to spring memories. Since the spring, I'm sure they're going to be lots of fun. I'll bet any obstacles you run into will be totally pushovers. So you don't have to worry about taking them down. I was hoping we wouldn't have to fight any more of these Mars. Me too. Those really are Artoria's memories giving physical form. I can only imagine how painful they must be for her. Even just facing them as Mars makes me feel like my heart's being gouged out of my chest. Don't worry. It's all done with now that we're past summer. Spring memories are fun times only. The only kinds of obstacles I expect to see here are things like, Well, it'll probably be Artoria herself, dressed in the nines, or an enormous feast full of delicious foods.
That's all well and good. Before we start fighting, there's one thing I want to clear up. You said the fairies of paradise, who ring all the bells of pilgrimage, become the sacred sword itself, right? That means Artoria is going to disappear once it's done.
Yeah, that's right. Grand Sacred Sword conceptual foundation will destroy everything she has, or everything she was, is, and ever will be. That's the Fairy of Paradise's duty, her function, and even then, Sacred Sword won't be easy to forge. Everything about her, every experience she had, all her memories, even spirit vision, her very fate, he used as material to make it. Not a sacrifice, it's an equivalent exchange. Has to be her, can't be anyone else.
Does Artoria know this?
Oh yes, she knows very well that fulfilling her duty means the end for her. Much should have been made clear to her from the beginning. I know how you all feel, but please understand, it really is the only way. She knew what would happen when she entered the spirit cavern. Yes, this situation may have forced her hand. She was heading to site selection of her own free will.
You all here?
Artoria?
Wait, you're back already? This doesn't seem right.
You still haven't fought any.
I see. Well, that was easy, huh? Literally before I knew it. That's the site selection top there here, huh? Okay. That's one there's a rotten egg. Can't believe it, all this horrible memories, even at the end, she...
No. Just ain't right. No Tiramisu, nothing else. I'm glad you're so damn pissed off about it. So look, whatever happens next, just let the old man here handle it.
Masa, what do you mean by...
Never mind that now, come on! We need to run, or she really will go on ahead of us. Either way, it's the end of her long journey. Let's see how this mission of hers plays out.
Whenever I close my eyes, it's where I'd be. Whenever I sleep, it's where I'd be. No, that's wrong. It's a lie. And my eyes are open or closed, whether I'm asleep or awake. This is how the world's always looked to me. The wind, the clouds. They're not really a storm. They're all people's voices. So awful to look at that I put my own ear. I've put out my own eyes. So horrible to hear I've plugged up my own ears. Well, it didn't matter. Nothing banished the darkness or made the wind stop howling. The tainted land where I need to fulfill my duty is a fairy paradise. Can't do this. I can't do this. But no one will listen, no matter how loud I screamed. Besides, the wind was blowing so fiercely, I couldn't even hear myself. After everything I experienced in the village, and to know more fairies better, the storm only intensified. No idea which direction I should go, or I should even look for. I know this sounds, but Queen Morgan's honestly kind of lucky. She wanted to make Britain to her own kingdom. It was thanks to that power, envy and spy and girl, hers, that she navigated the storm without losing her way. But I don't have anything like that. Not one single thing. I hate Britain. I hate fairies. I hate humans. How could I ever see a way through the storm? No, that's not right. I could see a way. Shown to me when I rang the bells of pilgrimage. I tore your pink dragon, King of Britain. When I heard that she was my proper human history self, I thought I was going to throw up. The ideal knight, a king who lived her own life for others, sacrificed all she had for Britain's future. I don't want to end up like her. I'll never live a life like that. To create the sacred sword is to also determine her fate. Without the sacred sword, her life would be different. Without the sacred sword, Britain would come to a different end. Forget this. I should just give up. Yeah, that's it. After all, I'm the only one who could save her. That's what I thought to myself each and every time I heard the bells ring. But I can still see that star. I don't know what that star is. I do know it's not my dream, my goal, or something I care about. It's always been there, ever since I was born. My growing small and wicked times, always there, no matter how intense the storm got. I don't know whether I want to go. I don't care about my duty. I don't want to forget all this. I just want to forget all this child of prophecy stuff. So why? I never stop moving forward. I didn't want to give up. I couldn't let this storm beat me. I don't get it. Why am I so obstinate? What is it that stopped me from throwing my life away? It's a fairy paradise. I didn't have a spring. I didn't have much of anything. So why at least I want to know why I couldn't just give up. I'm no queen, I'm no saviour. That's what brought an ordinary nobody like myself for. What did that tiny star mean for an ordinary girl like me? Is this a sort of selection forged me to make the sacred sword? That's right. The thing in the middle there is the furnace, center of the universe, where the fairy paradise meant to go. All you have to do is stand there. The sacred sword will come to being. Not just for this lost belt either. It will also finally restore you with the sacred sword, the one whose concept was wiped clean from your world. It won't just be something a heroic spirit temporarily reproduces. Be a weapon capable of defeating an invader from a foreign world with the humans of this time period. Does that mean doing this will save Tammy Sue Mesh's world? It'll make the impossible possible. It'll go from having no chance to having a small chance. It will? Well, it's all the more reason to do this. Britain will go back to the way it used to be. We'll save the outside world too. What more could we ask for? But it also means... Hey, what's wrong? Both of them look almost sick. What is it?
You need to rest up outside. It's okay if you do. Probably won't take long anyway. It's not that. Yes, that's right. Grand Segasaur Conceptual Foundation will destroy everything she was, is, and ever will be. Come on, Artorias. It's nuts. You don't have to do this. Don't be silly, Demacy. You're the one who praised me for not running away. Okay, here goes. Hey, since I have another chance to say this, I want to get something on my chest. I had it every minute of my life. Everything about it. Humans, fairies, Britain, my ditty, everything. Fine is terrifying. Hatred is exhausting. I would have been so much happier just living a normal life. I knew how much saying that would disappoint everyone, so I just had to act like a good dutiful child of prophecy. That made our journey together a balancing act for me. A harder one. Every time I thought, well, I somehow hung on this time, sure I'll give up next time. Honestly, no one's more shocked than me and I made it this far. Forging sacred soul means erasing fairy written from existence. I never really loved fairies or humans. I could always see the wish they had no help. They had no hearts. Everyone the fairies have suffered inside. They all wish for salvation. Even for the sinners, even if they're getting what they deserve. Can't believe they brought this on themselves. Because hey, we're all the same. Lies of omission, outward deception, all parts of life. Even under all those lies, everyone truly wished to be saved. I swear, I really wish they'd cut this stuff out. Really are walking this Avalon path. Sometimes I just want to shout, can't someone cut me some frickin' slack? But looking at it back now, I'm glad. My life wasn't all bad after all. Till now, standing here, I didn't think there was a way I of all people could save this world. That someone like me could never be allowed to end their world. It's not fair to decide a world's fate when you don't even like the world, right? Right. But you're still going to do it anyways, huh? Yeah, I am. I'm going to fulfill my duty here. Crazy thing is, even I don't know why. Probably for some silly, selfish reason. Something no one else will ever understand. You know, I bet it's the same sort of thing that get you going in the golden lost wheels, damn you. Same kind of thing that made you stand firm in the face of calamity and not witch smash. Never done this for anyone else. I'm not doing this for anyone else. I'm doing this for me. Not even doing it because it's right. I think I've been making my way through the storm because it's something I just can't turn my back on. My fingertips is all first. Feel the contours of my entire body fading. My memories will probably go after this, in my sense of self. Planets and the sea isn't stripping away all my memories at once, like one's just as good as the other. Makes the sacred sword has to go through them carefully, to understand humanity to the present day. I was ever amazed to learn about them, so it could shape a better, more powerful sacred soul.
Good. This should make me into a good sword. Sword bright like the star saw in that storm. Planets light out never fade in the face of the wicked. A sword that isn't me, from a place that isn't here. A sword bearing the wishes of the masses, hope for their happiness. A sword who can hold her head high, size selection, can the sabre fit to slay by your side. Oh, so glad. As Castor, a fairy paradise, I've had spring memories. Auditoriums myself, I've had wonderful memories of my journey. My body's gone now. By creating the sacred sword, I've fully fulfilled my duties of fairy paradise, the Avalon le Fae. My journey's Castor's come to an end. It's okay. I didn't come this far because I was afraid to die. Still, I wish I could have found out what that light was. The light I've seen all my life. The light that's seen me all my life. I wanted to know what it was. Being determined not to give up until I found out. What kept me going all this time. I thought I'd find out somewhere on my pilgrimage. I never did. It's a one regret.
Yeah, can't end things just yet then, can you?
What are you doing here?
What do you mean, what am I doing here? Who the hell's gonna forge this sword? My whole life's been about making blades and cutting through destiny and karma. I'm singeing goddamn Muramasa. Go on, move aside. You brought the iron. Now let the swordsmith do his job. Oh, who's the planets that are seeing the universe's furnace, huh? Ooh boy, getting close enough to burn you. Now that's what I'm talking about. And this right here is a job worth doing. Thanks, Artoria. Guarding you wasn't a bad gig, was this? So much more my kind of work. But I gotta say in it, I'll take a searing forge over escort duty any day of the week.
No, you can't. Thank you so much, but you can't do this. It will burn you to ash.
Fine by me. Swordsmiths were born to pound iron. If I can do that in the god's own domain, that's worth burning my life away. Besides, the smithy's supposed to be hot, so I ain't gotta stop pounding for nothing. Not even my old spirit origin burns up. There we go. It's coming along nicely. Basic shapes all set. Now we just gotta temper it.
No, stop! You can't! I'm floating. Why am I floating?
Oh, that's because I took over here. You're probably getting booted out so you don't get in the way. Alright, Child of Prophecy. See you around. Get more iron than I need. Got more iron than I need for this sword. So, don't need to use it all. Especially if you still got something left to do. I can use this power for the final finishing touch. But I want you to take it for yourself. In exchange, I'm gonna use this to finish the job. You brought my life. It's only right that I pay you back with it, right?
Don't be ridiculous. More than pay me back for that. Besides, if in the outside world, you're Tamasu's enemy. You don't have any connection to Britain. Don't you have another job you need to do?
True. I don't know how I'm gonna face the foreign god now, but hey. No, I'll probably never see her again anyway. Don't worry about it. I'm doing this because it's what I want to do. Just like you. This is always my destiny. That's it. I'm sorry I never got to make you that beret.
So what the hell happened there? Ashiro saved an Artoria. What are you surprised by?
Oh. You know, I don't know what I was expecting when I invited him down here.
Artoria?
Your spirit origin signal's gone. Artoria knows the second sword had to be made, but didn't really have to be.
I know they'd be able to come up with a better way. Just so inefficient, not to mention inhumane. I guess it's probably too much to ask for a planet so. It's basically all NSC is, to think humanely. Hi! Sorry to keep you waiting, Tiramisu, Mesh. This is the essence of the sacred soul. Go on, take it. I'm sure eventually the others at Kedaya will be able to use this as a base for a powerful offensive weapon. I wish I could have given you Excalibur itself. All three things didn't work out that way. Sweet. Looks just like a holy grail. Yes, Senpai, it looks like a Madecraft principle of the same type. No quality as a holy grail. But that's not the issue.
You mean, how did she come back? Surprised as you are. I really thought the Forge just be turning out a new Excalibur specifically for Caldea's use. Hang on. Where's the ginger? I see. There was someone who gave her a tiny reprieve. Or Masa.
Now I see, it was a notorious spirit warden that disappeared. It was actually Muramasa.
He really did protect her to the end.
Yeah. Orc spirit Shinji Muramasa sacrificed himself for what he believed in. The only reason I'm standing here now is because he insisted on performing the finishing touches himself. Now that the sacred soul has been delivered to planets in the sea, the premise behind the lost belt's been overturned. In time it'll gently prune away, as though it never existed. But before it happens, something you need to do. Favourite, the lost world made by the traders Morgan is not part of this lost belt. As such, calamity created is not subject to pruning theoretical phenomenon. It represents the threat to humanity you must defeat yourself.
Something different about you now, but glad you're safe and sound. Welcome back, Artoria.
Thanks, Tiramisu. I'm back as a custodian of the sacred sword and stronger than ever.
True, no matter how you slice it, you're definitely powered up. And wait, that Magecraft theory. That of heroic creation, you have sacred sword creation. No fair! How'd you get a skill like that? You had to steal my thunder or something? I'm the penis wizard!
I guess I'm the penis. The switch then.
This is really weird.
Alright, Barla, that's enough of that.
It's too bad Foe isn't here right now.
Alright. I know we both have different roles to play. Take this as a win and move on. Rogue Spirit protected her. Still lives as a result. This too is fate.
Hey, I said the thing. Yeah, I said the thing. High five. We'll just start high fiving randomly. Ah, that was a nice reprieve. Alright, let's go save the world.
Sacred sword's been forged. The moment a planet is born. The child of prophecy fulfilled her duty, abated by the foreign mage. So now it's my turn to help. I'm gonna do a small-scale restoration on Britain, the way it was before things turned completely helpless. Specifically, I'm gonna turn back the clock on Cronus a little bit.
Turn back the clock? You mean before he appeared?
That's right. When Cronus shows up, as the land of the curse, not in Sacred Sword protection will be enough for you to win. So I'm gonna have you go back in time by, let's say 2 hours. See? I suspect something like this might happen. Kept the entire pit in a dream. Once I have Cronus wake up, it'll be as though the events of that dream, that is, everything that took place there over the last 2 hours, never happened.
You had something similar in Uruk, didn't you?
Indeed, it's been pretty boring waiting around here ever since I was free from the garden, so I spent some time casting a spell in the pit. My spirit origin is practically falling apart now as a result, but oh well. Suffice to say, once I disengage my dream zone, I'll probably disappear along with it. Wish I could stick around and see how your battle goes. Sadly, it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. But don't worry about me. Even if I felt bad about basically demanding Artoria be the one to sacrifice everything. Sure things didn't turn out exactly as I planned, but hey, why we build in margins of error? My last trick.
I'll even help you out by sending you straight to the storm border without having to go back to the spirit cavern. When you get there, it'll be 1 hour before Cronus shows up, and have another hour after that before his curse spreads everywhere. It gives you 2 hours to settle this. This time, you should at least have a fighting chance. Muramasa and I both gave everything we had. And for this, all you have to do is do the best you can. Isn't that right, Nameless King? Can I see you watch over Tiramisu and match for me?
Of course. You take care too, Major Flowers. I'm sure you won't be dead long.
Yeah, I have a bad habit of that, don't I?
After all, just a shadow of Avalon, so I'm sure the real you still prisoned that tower.
I caught on to that, didn't you? Saw right through that too, didn't you? Yeah, you're definitely Second Sword's guardian now. Alright then, back to dying Britain with you all!
Thanks. I can't wait to return to everything being on fire.
Won't be on fire yet.
Oh, good.
Once you overcome the twilit skies, you'll find clear blue ahead.
Bye, Merlin. Your voice is very easy on my throat since it's a stoner voice. Oh, you're still talking? Oh, no, you're not. Oh, now you are.
Good, got them back safely. I'd have made it before I ran out of time. Oh, I just remembered I forgot to ask something. I've been following the Chaldean Stargazer's journey with my clairvoyance as much as possible. Tiramisu talked to herself a lot more than usual this time. Wonder what that's all about.
Oh, I know what that's about. Took me a moment. And now back to most things being on fire. And now for a brief interlude. British airspace, 2 hours after the demonic dog's appearance.
That joined more beast, I see. That's the Black Dog King. Dog King. Magical ninja eater faced on smoking lightning. So Borgus has become a calamity. Cronus curse shows up, no sign of slowing down. There's nowhere left to run. Why things are going, all fair is destined to come in and see airline caught or turn the Moors. Either way, only a handful of same fairies left. I didn't know how long I could hold out either. This relieves the great calamity. It's all her fault things turn out this way. Or my love, my reason for existing, my... Listen to me, Lancelot. Annabelle is a very dangerous fairy. She always makes such nonsensical prophecies. Nobody has any clue about her clan's true nature. Who knows what she might be doing if she catches everyone's attention, becomes the talk of all Britain. Remember, the Mirror clan took in fairies of paradise, just like the Rain clan once did. It's terribly irresponsible to make the prophecy like that now, especially with the great calamity could happen at any time. While it could be a more obvious revolt against the Queen Morgan, I think about it makes my wings go dull. You understand, right, Melusine? After all, you're my prince in shiny armor. Always bring me whatever I desire most, don't you? Shouldn't have any wicked thoughts whatsoever. Really, good and evil don't factor into it at all. Most people think of her as the kindest, most compassionate fairy. One who strives for a world in which fairies and humans can coexist in peace. They're wrong. It's the image she projects. The only one she truly loves is herself. The only thing she cares about is maintaining a world where she's always beloved. A world she can always be on top. She always advocates for humans so they'll fall all over her. Only guides fairies so they'll respect her. Seemed like such a skilled leader because she never fights with anyone. She didn't survive this long because she's strong. She's just always had a gift for dragging other leaders down. Every time a fairy makes more popular than her shows up, she will send the world down a dark path according to her whims. This time's no different. She didn't mean any harm. Just come to the realization the mere clan was dangerous and believed it was all I got. So I killed him, just like she wanted. It's clear beyond any doubt the Mio clan done nothing wrong. I still had to kill them, or Aura really would have withered away. As a fairy, Aura's true skill is completely convince herself of things that always work out in her favour, while she's neither good nor evil. The reason she never lost her radiance over 3,000 years of her life is that her self-esteem is not of this world. Buried my face and hands stained with the Mio clan's blood, trying to avert my eyes from what I had done. No right to ask their forgiveness, or even to apologise. I know what kind of person Aura was. I still put her radiance first, because I care more about her than I do all of the fairies of Britain. Aura did do anything wrong. I'm the only wicked creature here. I committed so many crimes, all because I didn't want to lose her love, even though I knew it wasn't genuine. That day was special. The Mio clan was special. They were a gentle group of fairies protecting Albion's corpse, and by extension me. Not one of them so much as resisted. If anything, they seemed to pity me as they came to offer up their lives. I didn't have a choice. Aura would have withered and died if I hadn't done this. This isn't my fault. I didn't want to kill them. Aura, I did this for you. All I want in return is for a smile and say thank you. Sorry not to fly, so I wouldn't leave any evidence. On the night I returned, covered in mud, soaked to the bone.
Can't believe the entire Mir clan city's gone. What could have happened to them?
They say it was a Moors attack, but how could Moors have gotten past the city walls?
Must be Queen Morgan's doing. She must have gotten mad at Enisyl's prophecy and...
Don't be ridiculous. Queen Morgan is nothing if not prudent. She would never do anything like that. She valued the Mir clan's prophecies more than anyone. And Enysahl was a wonderful clan leader who all he ever wanted what was best for Britain. Ah, poor Enysahl. How could this happen to you? Whatever attacked the Mir clan is the foulest of beasts. The most rotten, hateful monster in all of Britain. Even if it seems pretty on the outside, it only manages that by imitating me. What a horrendously awful creature. Thinking about it makes me sick. Aww. It was a miracle. It really was. Back in that dark bog when I was still pulsing lump of flesh, took me in her arms and cradled me like I was the most important thing in the world. Hello there, darling. You want? Perhaps I say good morning. My name is Aura. What's yours? In that moment I gained both mind and body. I knew what it was to feel, to admire. I knew what it was to love someone so deeply it could never be shaken. But, of course, that's just who she is. That's just who she is. I know why she cradled me in her arms back then. I know that she doesn't actually love me. But even so, I still love you, Aura.
Man, fuck this bitch.
That's what I can maintain this form as long as I have those feelings. Even without Queen Morgan's gifted name, I can still retain myself as long as Aura's around. Without her, I'll probably return to my original form. To who I became when I bore the hatred of all the northern fairies who were killed in the War of Spring 8,000 years ago. I'm going to go to Salisbury. If Britain really is going to end, I want to spend my final moments as her knight.
Kill them! Kill them! Kill the northern fairies! They're the invaders who brought the calamities upon us! Are there any fairies been infected with Moors poison? We find one, capture her and kill them before they become Moors. Round up the humans, make them fight the Moors. Kill any who refuse and an example to the others. The cathedral! Open the doors to the cathedral! The city is tainted. Run for the cathedral! Lady Aura will help us. Lady Aura will save us. She's the new Queen of Britain. I'm sure she'll sacrifice herself to the Moors to save us all.
Oh my, they all look so dreadful now. I think they used to be such peaceful fairies. Oh, what? Who's there? How'd you get in here?
Do you honestly think anything in Britain could currently stop me?
Good point. It's me all came down from the bell tower. The city's in chaos. Most of the fairies lost their minds. It's only a matter of time till they storm the cathedral. I hate to say this, but Salisbury's done for. Oh my, I see. Yes, of course. I still have you, Melisine. Thank goodness you're all right. You are, aren't you? Oh, but of course you are. You're the strongest Tom Lamb in all of Britain. You never get injured or degrade, no matter what. You're still my beautiful, beloved knight. No different from the day I met you. You couldn't have come at a better time. I knew you were the only one I could rely on. Yes, you're right. Salisbury's done for. Now Britain itself is doomed. If only there were a way we could survive. Ah, how did things ever come to this? It's so terribly sad. Afraid there's no other way. Melisine, will you stay with me? I need you. Yes, of course. I'll be happy to spend my final moments together. I need you to help me escape. You can take me away from here, right?
I think that's a reasonable question, Lancelot. I know everything else about her is terrible, but that is a reasonable request in this situation.
What? So surprising. It's a natural response to run from danger, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I hate your guts, but even I agree with that.
Not in this case. You're just not bothering to think again. Where would you run to, Aura? Where could you hope to go after abandoning this world? All the fairies who believe in you. Yes, it's all such a shame. But they won't love me anymore, right? So forget about them. Let's go somewhere more fun instead. The world outside Britain. You heard about it from Chaldeans, right? I'm sure it must be better than this boring old world. The world of nothing but poor, weak, filthy humans.
It's also a barren wasteland. Do we just not mention that part whenever we're telling people about this shit?
Making my ideal of the world there should be easy.
Things start disappearing and being broken down into the magical spiritrons, so no, it's not a very good place to even build a fucking Lincoln log cabin, much less a world.
And you and I will be the only two fairies in it.
Incorrect again, but okay.
That's what you want, right? My darling child, my little Melisine. I'll love you more than anyone right now. Now come on, take my hand. Let's go start a new life together, okay?
I like the way they drew her clawed hand here. That's really cool.
You're right. It's what I want. But if we did that, you'd probably just do the same thing to that world that you'd done to this one.
Hey, now you're thinking.
Or while telling yourself you're not aware of what you're doing. Your entire purpose is to be loved more than anyone else. Melisine, what are you talking about? Where's Coral? I didn't see her anyway. Coral? Oh right. Coral. I turned her into a caterpillar because she was getting on my nerves, and I accidentally stepped on her. Be careful you don't step in the mess over there. You'll track it all over my nice clean floor.
You know, your clean floor is about to burst into flames if you ain't careful.
Or, I want you to know that I love you. I love you whether you believe it or not, whether you even care or not. No matter how evil you might be, I still make all your wishes come true. Oh, that's wonderful. I don't know what you're talking about, but yes, that sounds lovely. Then come on, let's go to the outside world. I'm sure we'll have such a wonderful time there.
Not to the outside world. To the other world. Don't you see? That would never happen. That can't ever happen. You'll never find the love you need in the outside world. This was the only place you could be more beloved than anyone. Proper human history isn't as simple as Britain. See you for how evil you are in an instant. You really think you could survive in a world like that? You can't even bear to go without absolutely pristine water? Your wings, your face, everything about you would fade and waste away. And that would be more than you could bear. You'd never be able to love yourself again. And you keep on deceiving yourself, trying to live the same way you always have, even though you no longer recognize yourself. Every morning you look in the mirror and die a little more inside. Maybe that's just more normal life for other fairies. Maybe they wouldn't think anything of it. But for you it would be the cruelest torture imaginable. Every day you cry yourself to sleep in despair, unable to even muster the courage to end your own life. Every day would be a fresh hell where you cling to glory, though forever beyond your reach. Every day you'd hate yourself more and more. And that would just be... What are you saying, Melisai? What an awful fake fairy you are, talking about a future that could never come to pass. Why, the very idea of me becoming more miserable with every day sounds even worse than death. It's why I'm giving you death. Now, never mind that. Hire me. Take me to the outside world. Why should you go into the other world? To where everyone will love me again. Also, there's like no people out there. None. Nada. That's right. It would have been better if you only lived for if I'd only lived for myself. If I did, then I would have kept you alive no matter what. Without you, I'll just go back to being a hunk of flesh. But I can only live to please you. That is why I can't take you to a place that would be pure hell for you. Even though I still remember when we met. See it like it was yesterday. I remember the wind that blew through the dark bog, and the waves shone so brightly, so brilliantly. Remember how I swore to give you everything I had to protect you. I love you all. I love you so much. Even if I should lose this form forever, I'll always. I'm a go now. Oops, out my rocket thrusters. I think I was eating you. I'm sure you know how that goes. Jesus Christ. Alright, so I have a feeling that one's gonna end with either this boss fight or this one. But I think we've gone on long enough today. So I'll leave one, if not both those boss fights, and maybe the final one if it happens soon enough afterwards, for next time. So, let's see. Hehe, that's great, Asa. Oh wait, actually, it's something different this time. Abby's live. Let's go raid her. Alright. I want you all to be on your best behavior, of course. And I'd like to wish you all a fond farewell. And thank you for stopping by. If you like this, of course,
Follow me on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing, because it really helps me out. I'll be back on Friday, so don't miss me too much. And until next time, everyone, fare thee well.
Now let's raid!